Hello, good evening, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where tonight our lineup for finals night will be complete. Leading the way at the top of the Group B table at the halfway stage is Moreno Michels on 6 points. Will it be the same come the end of the night? Scott Walters has endured a dismal opening night of Group B action, yet to get off the mark. Can he do the improbable tonight? Wayne Jones was Mr. Consistent on Thursday, didn't really deviate away from a mid-80s average, and it was enough to get him to 4 points. He's level with silverback Tony O'Shea, who produced an impressive level yesterday. Can he replicate that tonight? Series 5 champion Jim McEwen won 4 of his 5 yesterday, playing with a lot more freedom and to a much higher level than in week 3. But it's the man he beat in the final, Moreno Michels, who's ahead of him on leg difference alone. He has 14 ton-plus finishes to his name this week, a remarkable achievement. Yeah, Matt Edgar alongside me. Really interesting to see that the 2 finalists from Series 5 are sat first and second in the league standings at the moment. Our Series 5 champion, Jim McEwen, how impressed have you been with him this time? And what do you think's been different about his game here compared to week 3?
I've been very impressed with Jim McEwen because when he came in last time, he was so far off the pace, getting on his own back, very erratic. I was very disappointed in what I saw from Jim McEwen last time. And then to come back here again, it's like, well, which experience do you draw on? Do you see what happened last time? Do you try and put it right, but then you're trying to do something? And he just needs to come up here and play his game because his game's good enough. He's won a series here. Not many people have done that. We're mightily impressed with what he's been doing. And I think he's going to continue tonight as well in that vein.
Yeah, the 5 players involved tonight are all looking to progress through to tomorrow's finals night, where Christian de Boer became the first player on Wednesday to book his spot there. He topped the Group A table, and then this afternoon, as you can see, confirmation, Kevin Painter topped Group C. Mark Dudbridge finished second. For those who weren't watching this afternoon, Kevin Painter, really impressive, especially when he needed to in the grudge match against Mark Dudbridge.
The focus on Kevin Painter this afternoon, it was like he was playing in a world championship. Kevin Painter, we know he doesn't like to lose. We can see that. We've seen it over the years. But one thing he has been guilty of in the past is sort of just getting on himself a little bit. None of that. Even when it didn't go well here, he lost a game, he was 3-1 up and missing match starts, and he still walked off the stage and came back and then came and won the next fixture. Kevin Painter is, at the moment, I don't want to say looking like his best because he can do better, but certainly focus-wise and the way that his mannerisms are on the stage, he's looking like 10 years ago.
Yeah, he's certainly playing with a lot of freedom at the moment and will be one to watch come tomorrow night. Could Jim McEwen be one to watch tomorrow night? Let's have a look at the league standings and see how things lie at the halfway stage in Group B. He's currently sat second, joint on points with Moreno Michels, who sat top because of his superior leg difference. When you look at third and fourth, Tony O'Shea, Wayne Jones, both on 4 points. Wayne Jones was Mr. Consistent last night, wasn't he? Didn't deviate away from that mid-80 average.
And if he stays there, that'll probably be enough to get him over the line. We did see some good stuff from Tony O'Shea yesterday, but also just showing a little bit of age in there as well. He's now 62 years old. He's not been playing as regularly and as consistently, so he could be there for the taking at certain points. Wayne Jones has just got to keep doing what he's doing. Don't try and push. Don't try and do more, because that's when ultimately it starts to break down.
Scott Walters, of course, went to the Challenge Tour this afternoon. It's been a really long day for him. That was in Milton Keynes. He's here in Portsmouth tonight. What sort of evening do you predict for him?
We have been saying Scott Walters is going to turn up all week.
Yeah, we have.
And we've got it wrong. I'm going to go the opposite way now. I'm going to say he's going to have a terrible evening. He's going to lose all 4 matches and he'll probably go qualify, because that's the way that it's sort of gone for Scott Walters. He's going to be a little bit tired. Now, that was my original sort of thought pattern. He actually feels very fresh tonight, feels better than ever, because actually he went to the Challenge Tour. He had hardly any sleep last night, left here about 1 o'clock, got to the Challenge Tour for about 7, went out first round, played poorly, 64 average, wasn't happy, got home for about 20 past 1, went straight to bed. He woke up around 6 o'clock, and he says that he's really fresh, really ready, and actually feels quite good, because actually now, for the first time this week, there is no expectation. He's expecting to not qualify through this group. 1 defeat and it's all done for. because with the 2 players ahead of him, one of them's got to win, which means 6 points. He's got to go through the card. So no expectation tonight, and we may see something a little bit better from him.
Yeah, hopefully he'll play with a little bit more freedom and we'll see the Scott Walters that we've been expecting to turn up all week. But let's have a look at the outright betting now for Group B. No surprise to see that Jim McEwen is still the favourite. He's joint top at the moment. Do you see any value further down?
I'm looking at Scott Walters at 500 to 1. He must be able to still win it if he's coming up on the odds, and we're talking about the possibility he won't qualify. So Dwayne Jones consistency there, but you've got to go with Jim. It's one of those, like last night I wanted to oppose it, but now I don't, because what we saw from Jim McEwen yesterday gave me encouragement that we're going to now see that Jim McEwen that won the series.
Yeah, and when we have a little look at the bet builder, the first selection, Moreno Michels against Jim McEwen, the highest checkout over 95.5. You'd probably back that in any match that Moreno's playing in, because he's taken out 14 ton-plus finishes over the course of this week.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? And on the highlight package at the start, you saw Tony O'Shea at the back, smiling and clapping. He was aware of what Moreno's been doing. I was the same in commentary. I was clapping away. What he's done is fantastic. And if you can just sort of gel a few things together, he's not going to be just known as the man who's got the big finishes. He can actually win this week. Just
a word on Tony O'Shea, because he's in a qualifying spot at the moment. Produced a really high level yesterday, especially in his game against Jim McEwen. Lost out 4-3 to that one, but it was one heck of a contest. What do you think will be enough for him tonight to replicate that, or do you think he needs to do a bit more?
2 wins will give him a good chance and a good opportunity. And for Tony O'Shea, he's coming here with no expectation on himself. He's got nothing to prove. He knows he's got nothing to prove. And he's just going to come up here and enjoy himself, because that's what he's been doing when he's been playing darts. How long does he play darts for now at 62 years old? Certainly on a stage like this. So, and he knows that every day is different, and you just, some days feels good, some days it doesn't, but he's a lot more deliberate last night, and it'll be interesting to see if he keeps up with that tactic.
Right then, almost time to get into the action. Tony O'Shea is up first here this evening against Scott Walters. Before we get into the contest, let's hear from Silverback now. He's been chatting to Chris Murphy.
Tony, here we go then. Last night of Group B. First of all, just sum up how you felt things went for you last night.
Well, obviously winning 2 games, I was pretty chuffed. They were late wins, so I was worried early on, but I thought, I'm playing okay, and I'd not really had a lot of form to judge it against, so I was happy the way I was playing more than anything, and to sneak them wins later on, yeah, it was a good night.
It looked like the form was there earlier as well. You had a really good game with Jim McEwen, so that give you encouragement for the rest of the evening?
Yeah, of course, and I think that the last dart, 1 shot at 32 for the 102 finish, I mean, that would have been a perfect start then. So, yeah, I mean, I've not really played a lot of darts the last couple of months, to be honest. A couple of exhibitions early December, and I played well in there. I had some good wins against good players, but obviously when it's somewhere like this and it's game on, it's a different animal, isn't it? Exhibitions are fun, but last night, yeah, I was really chuffed with the way the day went.
Certainly well in the mix to get through to finals night. You've done that before here. You've got those same 2 players in 2 of the first 3 matches this evening. So you're looking to try and get the job done quite early with repeat results.
Well, as I just said, I played well early on, but didn't get the wins. I need to win early tonight to make it a bit more comfortable, but every night's different, and there's some good players out there, and anything can happen on the night. So, yeah, but I'm coming into this evening and confident and happy the way things have gone.
Just one thing that was noticed a little bit in commentary last night, have you kind of slowed down a little bit, taking things a little bit more deliberate? Is that a conscious thing, or is it just sort of how it went last night?
I'm getting really old as well, but no, end of last year I did try and slow things down a bit, and I watched a bit of old footage, and obviously over years your throw does change. I mean, you try and think it's the same, and I did notice that the way I used to set up before I released the dart was a bit different, so and that meant slowing down a bit, and it worked just before Christmas. I hit some good scores, like, you know, playing exhibitions, and so I'm deliberately trying to slow things down a little touch. I mean, I think I joked last night saying that milk turns faster than me anyway, so I'm not an athlete as such, but yeah, it's something that I've thought about, and I've been doing it for a few weeks now. Yeah,
seems to be doing the trick. Play well. Good luck.
Thank you.
First up tonight then, a really important fixture. Tony O'Shea saying there how crucial it is for him to make a strong start this evening. He'll be hoping to replicate the level he produced last night. As for his opponent, Scott Walters, looking to get off the mark in Group B, really needs to up his level if he's to have any chance of doing so. He actually had darts to force a decider in his opening game against Jim McEwen last night, but aside from that, didn't really get a look in his other 3 matches. To see who can make the best possible start to tonight's play, then let's hand over to Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yep, Tony O'Shea determined to win early. Scott Walters determined to win any time, really. Struggled in Group B last night, 4 defeats, and you'd have to say a defeat immediately, and he's pretty much out of the picture come tonight. But he is a man who has had it the other way.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Scott Walters. He won all of his matches in a group. It was a Group C, 5 matches on a Thursday, then lost them all on a Friday.
140.
Is he going to do the opposite here? Lose them all on Thursday night, win them all on Friday night. If he wins them all, he'll be through.
45.
He's had a good warm-up today, hasn't he? He's played a game on the Challenge Tour this morning up in Milton Keynes. Said he feels well rested tonight. Got back from Milton Keynes
140.
around about 20 past 1. Went straight to bed. And I tell you what, he's just looking so much more positive in his demeanour as well, isn't he? Just looking a bit more aggressive, a bit more
60.
pace, a bit more of a stomp.
He spent all week looking like a man who's lost a tenner. And he started tonight looking like he's found it.
60.
There's no room for error on a night like this for Scott Walters, and with that, you don't think about the extra lives, you don't think about the opportunities that are
100.
slipping away.
Scott, you
There
require
is no opportunities. You've got to
161.
take them all.
Disappearing flight. Tony wasn't aware. Scott Walters and Charlie Corstefine both tag team to make sure he found it. We
57.
did see a situation in our old version of this event in the live league in Southampton where Chris Gilliland was about to throw a dart without a flight on the back, and Wes Newton tapped him on the shoulder and stopped him, handed him the
30.
flight he
Scott, you
needed,
require
and then he hit a
104.
180.
I can't say I'd have done the same.
Yeah, you'd never hit a 180.
I
80.
realised after I said that, I've just teed you right up.
The Walters tees up double 12 for when he comes back. Amazing. Just watching him, Matt alongside me picked it up immediately.
46.
The body language is
Scott,
so
you require
different tonight.
24.
Will it result in different outcomes? Double 6 here for Walters.
Game
Bounds,
shot on
1-0.
the first leg. Scott Walters.
Average in the mid-70s for his day yesterday, Scott Walters, only winning
Second leg,
6
it's Tony
legs.
to throw
He had
first. Game on.
27 darts at the double. He's just looking so much more positive already. Interesting
60.
what Tony O'Shea was saying as well in his interview, that no 2 days are the same, and you sort of get that vibe that yesterday was a real standout performance for Tony
125.
O'Shea. And it is hard when you have a good day like that and you haven't been playing much to come back and replicate.
100.
It was interesting talking to Tony. He earmarked winning early tonight. Could have won early last night. Great game against Jim McEwen that was referenced in that chat. And he remembered every moment of it.
26.
Remember missing the dart to win it at double 16. Also proved you right, Matthew, with his
100.
slightly more methodical approach. Not necessarily the throw itself, but just taking more care in setting up the throw.
Sort of in that alignment stage,
81.
isn't it? As he's addressing the hockey on the board, just making sure settled. You see him not even getting the distribution of the weight until Scott Walters has walked past him.
140.
I said it came from watching old videos of himself and realising that as time's gone by, that element of his game had just disappeared. He just got on with it.
It is spot on, though, when he says
99.
that
Tony
throws do
required
change and evolve
101.
without you even realising. You think you're doing things the same, but there are little differences.
Game shot on the second leg.
That was lovely.
Tony
From old
O'Shea.
Silverback. The 101 for a 15-dart holder throw
Third
in
leg, it's Scott
response
to
to
throw first.
losing
Game
the
on.
opening leg. Have a little facial quirk when he throws. Many players do. Tony O'Shea, just when he's eyeing up
83.
the target, he squints a little bit. Just see it there.
100.
For Scott Walters, the danger here is if something starts to go
22.
wrong, does he very quickly go back to that negative mindset? It's not always how many. It's that was the straw that broke the camel's back expression.
100.
He must have been through it mentally, like just riddled with regret, really. Being at the challenge tour this afternoon, either thinking I shouldn't have accepted the invite to the Super Series this week, or I shouldn't have come here.
97.
And then if things start to go wrong on the stage tonight, it'll be I shouldn't have gone to Milton Keynes today. Can't change the past.
Well, the future for Scott Walters, he tells me, is if it doesn't go right tonight and he's not going to
45.
be here tomorrow night, he's going straight back up to Milton Keynes to compete in the final 3 Challenge Tour events, 2 tomorrow and 1 on Sunday.
100.
He's certainly up for the fight here.
By the way, if you want to be here tomorrow night, I'd advise booking tickets quickly because there are a fair few gone already. Scan that QR code on your screen right now. It'll take you to
98.
dartshop.tv. You can secure your free ticket. You'll pay a very small booking fee for the transaction, but nothing that you haven't left in a trolley at Tesco before. And you'll see some top players, including Mark Dudbridge and Kevin Painter, on that
83.
stage.
Tony required 158.
Dartshop.tv, the place to go to get yours.
Another one of those. Would have left him the double 19.
98. Scotty required
Walters is a player who
116.
It's felt that everyone's just hitting everything against him at the minute. But there's a slip, offering the opportunity to Tony O'Shea here to try and get that
42.
breaker throw.
Tony requires 60.
Well, he's wasted a dart there. Has to rescue it. Only 1 dart at double when he should have had
Game
2,
shot
but he
on the
only needed
third
1.
leg. Tony O'Shea.
And there is a bit of chest thumping from Tony O'Shea.
They hurt.
Fourth leg, it's Tony
When
to
you're
throw
stood at the back of the
first.
stage
Game
and you
on.
see your opponent miss the big number, restricting themselves just to the 1 dart, then they hit it. Tony O'Shea just having a re-grip and a reset. Won't be rushed these days.
57.
What did he say? Did he say he wasn't an athlete?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Some of the finest specimens of
95.
athletes, start players.
Well, some say it's a young man's game nowadays, and those who maybe tuned into the Bahrain Darts Masters will be aware
39.
the latest chapter in the story, the incredible story that is Luke Littler. Those who have been avid viewers of the Super Series will know all about him, but he is now a PDC title winner.
60.
Has won the Bahrain Darts Masters and hit a 9-dart finish en route, beating Michael van Gerwen in the final as well.
Hasn't took him long, has it? First tournament of the year.
Yeah,
45.
remarkable.
I was asked the question before the year started, will he win a title? I think now the question's going to change to how many titles is he going to win?
And just doing it
60.
without bowing to the enormous amount of pressure that's on him, the focus that's on him. He's just enjoying it, taking everything in his stride. And it's great
60.
to see, and I hope he carries on riding that wave and continues to show no fear and no concern for the circus.
100.
Tony O'Shea got the breaker throw and he's thrown 12 darts now without finding a treble. That's inviting Scott Walters to get back into this fixture, a vital fixture for Scott Walters to give him any hope of qualifying through to tomorrow
140.
night.
$160, a lovely checkout for Tony O'Shea. If that
60.
first start is high
Tony
in the treble
required
20 bed,
160.
he'll end up with the dart at tops. It's high above it. But he has left it handy, and Scott Walters may have to take this out.
126.
Can't do so. Hands Tony O the opportunity.
98.
A man who was
Tony
50%
requires
on his
60.
doubles yesterday, Tony O'Shea. 12 hit from the 24 darts he thrown. And he's got 2 opportunities here,
Game shot on the
which,
fourth
by those
leg.
statistics,
Tony O'Shea.
is going to hit. And there's that first sign of negativity there from Scott Walters, who probably feels
leg,
like
it's Scott to
everyone
throw
just hits
first.
every double
Game
against
on.
him. And tonight he'd be right.
Yeah, perfection in that department from Tony O'Shea, who said he needed early wins, and he might be about to get one
125.
straight away. Might find himself just a win away. He will keep you across the permutations. May have to do a little bit more than that. Who knows? But if Scott Walters keeps getting
57.
beaten, then the other players are going to have to do more and just win one match.
The advantage for Walters here, though, is he only needs to break Tony O'Shea once.
180.
40 points up for grabs in this group. There is still the scenario that those 40 points are shared equally between 4 players. And Walters ends up with now
43.
Remember last night when Scott Walters just randomly started dancing at the back of the stage?
41.
That did really happen, didn't it?
I did have to watch it back just to make sure I wasn't tired and imagining things, but no, he did actually just start dancing.
45. Scott, you require
Well,
155.
he might be dancing at the end of this leg because it's a favourable one for Walters. Treble 19 if he wants to go for it. Doesn't have to go for it.
$139.
Decided to go for the treble. I have a feeling he would have split with the last start rather than going for double 19. Should he have left it?
180.
Tony O'Shea not subscribing
Scott,
to
you
the
require
James Wills
16.
Wade school of thinking where you don't waste the maximums.
No score.
Well, is it wasted? Or is it part of a journey to winning this leg?
80. Scott, you require 16.
Well, he's within range.
Eight.
And now he's got a chance
Tony
to win the
require
match.
96.
Walters' woes continue on the doubles. Tony O'Shea's had none of those. 3 shots, 3 hits. Surprised with that record that he didn't go for 2 of them.
56. Scott, you require 8. Game shot on the 5th leg. Scott Walters.
And Walters does find a way into the match.
6th leg, it's Tony to
This is
throw
a big
first.
leg. O'Shea
Game
with the
on.
darts to win it.
Just feels like nothing's coming easy for Scott Walters at the moment. Even when he completely outscores Tony O'Shea in that one, he's putting himself through drama at the back end of legs.
123.
And that just will not make him feel comfortable. It'll always make him feel like he's chasing.
$45.
If he is to lose this, he can only reach 6 points, and that's where Moreno Michaels, Jim McEwen and Tony O'Shea are already at if Tony O goes to complete the job.
45.
Could turn out to be a week for the seniors stars, couldn't it? We could end up with 5 players over 50 in the finals night lineup. If it's McEwen, O'Shea and Wayne Jones that progress from this group.
Have our own
100.
mini tavern here.
Great little warm up. Maybe we'll get that MC fella from the seniors to do some calling on the stage.
55.
Tungsten time.
60.
Tony O'Shea's providing some opportunities, and here we go. He's taking the pace out of it, getting that alignment, making sure it's working again for him. Games evolve, throws evolve.
140.
Maybe this is the next stage for Tony O'Shea, this slightly more deliberate style.
$60. Tony required 138.
2 visits to clean up 138 and to pick up the points and to put himself right in this race to qualify for finals night.
98.
Beautiful setup shot. Tony will return. Remember, he has not missed a dart double in this game.
And you may be getting 6 here.
32.
6 it is.
Tony required 40.
Tops for Tony.
Game,
And Tony
shot,
takes out
and the
tops.
match. Tony
O'Shea,
O'Shea.
spectacular on doubles in that game. It's another defeat for Scott Walters that pretty much puts him out of the picture, and the remaining 4 will fight it out for the 3 places available at finals night. Tony O'Shea is firmly in that fight. Flawless finishing sees Silverback pick up the points. He's now got 6 of them, as have both Jim McEwen and Moreno Michaels, and they're in action next.
Next up then, it's first against second in the Group B table as our Series 5 finalists collide once more. Which of the 2 players can edge closer to securing their spot at finals night then? Michels came out on top when the pair met yesterday, far more clinical on the outer ring than his opponent in that one, but you'd expect a higher level from the champ in this one. Played very well indeed overall last night, didn't he? So to see which way the points go in this one, let's get back to Matt and Murph.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yep, it is a repeat meet between Michaels and McEwen. Chucky, the champion chucker in the previous series, and beat his opponent here in the final of Super Series 5. Moreno got that little bit of revenge, and to be honest, if Jim McKeown had won that last match last night, you would have pretty much had him through, leaving
First leg, it's
Michaels
Jim
on
to throw
4
first.
points.
Game on.
Wayne Jones would have been on that tally as well. You couldn't really see anyone bridging that gap. But is the dynamic the same tonight? Do you think whoever wins this match is a cert to go through?
Yeah, 8 points is likely to be enough for a qualification place, which is ultimately
93.
what the players are most interested in at the first instance. Just make sure you get through to Saturday, and that is position in the top 3. 5 players in this group, only 2 will be eliminated. And Scott
100.
Walters at the bottom of the table on 0 points after 5 is 6 points adrift to that qualification place. And that sort of changes the numbers a little bit, but 8 points, I
43.
think, is going to be more than enough.
Yeah. On the other side, whoever loses it all of a sudden looks vulnerable, particularly if Wayne Jones beats Tony O'Shea in the next game. Tony O'Shea wins that
41.
game. He's on 8 points. And he was the rank outsider in this group when he arrived.
28-1, wasn't it, to win the group? To be fair, I don't even think Tony O'Shea would have told you to take
180.
28-1 at the start of the campaign.
And McKeown was and is the favourite to top the table. Despite the defeat to this man last night, that 180 puts him firmly in command of the opening leg here. He did start really well yesterday evening, did Jim McKeown.
$96.
Still, my favourite moment has to be Luke Littler at 16 years old, handing the trophy to the 56-year-old Jim McKeown at the end of that series.
180.
Just tells you everything about this sport. No barriers, no limitations.
Game shot on
And
the
double
first
16
leg.
is no problem
Jim McKeown.
for Jim McKeown, who takes the opening leg, defying that maximum, that cage
Second leg, it's
rattling
Moreno to throw
180.
first. Game
Moreno
on.
Michaels before that finish.
Moreno Michaels doing something there that a lot of people do, and I never really noticed it until
60.
somehow I've found myself doing it. And that is while the opponent's throwing at a finish, you just stand staring at the scoreboard. And all you're doing is just looking at the score you want and just telling yourself over and over again. So
134.
you've just been looking at that going, 45, 45, 13, double 16, 45, 45. Just hoping that he didn't hear game shot.
60.
Just noticed there that it's a different shirt tonight, but once again he's got Florian Hempel on the shoulder.
140.
Self-portrait. We think it's a self-portrait on the back of the
30.
Moreno Michaels shirt. I should clear that up, by the way, before anyone starts tweeting in.
$100.
There it is.
Telling you, it's Florian Hempel.
What about the
100. Jimmy
image on the back
Riccoli,
of the McKeown shirt? Have you ever
127.
been distracted by something your opponent's showing you on the back of their shirt? Or maybe answer in a moment, because this is beautiful from Jim McKeown.
107.
Oh, so close.
I don't think ever regarding someone's shirt, but there have been various different distractions, as you can imagine, on the
42.
hockey.
Jimmy Riccoli, 20.
A 13 darter beckons here for Jim McKeown. We'll have another visit if he needs it, due to the fact that he's completely outscored Michaels, and that's where now McKeown may just look at a big 2 here.
12.
That's the advantage of time. That's the advantage of outscoring his opponent. Didn't have to go for the double 5. Sets up a more preferable double with a much nicer breakdown.
59. Jimmy Riccoli, 8.
So double 4 is what it breaks
Game
down
shot
to,
on the
and it's
second
what he
leg.
takes out
Jim
for 2-0.
McEwen.
Really solid start from the Super Scots.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Spoke a lot about Tony O'Shea and the change of the throw. Jim
135.
McEwen trying to be a little bit quicker. He was one of the more deliberate players. He was told about that many a times in the various practice rooms I've shared with him.
140.
I think the person who got on his back the most would have been Scott Williams. There he went on to the World Championship semi-final recently. He actually went as far as
60.
telling Jim he hated playing him. All in good spirits, of course.
$28.
Williams, another player who really seemed to find himself, I think, here at the Super Series and the Live League in particular before it. Learned how to play in front of cameras. And it's a little bit of a shame for him, really, that
139.
what he achieved at the World Championship will go completely under the radar forevermore.
Well, when you talk about Scott Williams, someone who sort of
60.
used this and
Jimmy
the systems that were in place,
167.
I think the person who's going to really stand out as the best non-tour card holder this year, I'm looking at Connor Scott, someone who's going to be here next week at the Super Series.
85.
We will have a little deep dive into next week's lineup later on in the show tonight. So if you haven't seen it, just stay with us. It is
46.
very, very
Jimmy
tasty
Require,
indeed.
82.
Oh, beautiful bullseye, bedded by McEwen. 88 to complete the combination.
Game shot
Yes,
on the third
indeedy.
leg.
Jim McEwen, 3-0 to the good against Moreno Michaels, who beat McEwen
Fourth leg, it's
4-1 last
Moreno to
night.
throw first.
He's getting revenge served up cold here.
He's getting a toweling. He's not just not had a
60.
dart at a double in this game. He's not had a dart or an attempt at a checkout.
McEwen with a far superior display.
17. $100.
But averages are only an indication of what you've done so far. They're not a guarantee of what you're going to keep doing. Who knows what's to come?
Stuck in 5 darts to find a 20.
78.
Well, 6 to find a treble. Maybe order is restored, but surely Michaels will get a go at a checkout in this leg.
96. $100. $140.
As I was saying at the start of this leg, I feel like Moreno Michaels is really going to start getting back into this game now.
$89. Moreno, you require 105.
Well, he gets his chance at a checkout. And he gets his chance at a double.
85.
I was just smiling. I was just expecting there when Moreno Michaels went for the finish. He had 14 ton plus checkouts. He had 3 in this group yesterday and 11 in his Group A campaign. And I thought, here we go again. He's
57.
going to pop out the
Moreno, you
105.
required 20.
Ironically, another one of the finishes he hasn't took yet, despite the fact he's took
Game
so
shot
many
on the
of
fourth
them.
leg. Moreno Michaels.
But comfortable.
Fifth
Hold
leg,
the
it's
throw
Jim
there
to throw
for
first.
Moreno
Game
Michaels
on.
with Zero resistance from McEwen.
$140.
The flyer dart there from Moreno. We've seen that a few times already in this game.
45.
Just releasing the dart a bit too early. Just takes off out the hand.
For those who haven't been watching all week, tuning in for the
60.
first time on Friday night, it's a second bite for Jim McEwen. Defending his title, lost out, didn't even get through Group C. He had a full week
96.
here earlier in the series. But he's come back a different man, the champion of Series 5. And here we get a closer look at the action that made him the champion. You wonder where he was looking across to the
100.
side there. There's a screen with the scores so the players know where they are in each leg.
60.
Just looking a little tense, Moreno. He's not far away, but it could all unravel very quickly when you're sat on 6 points.
95.
There's a lad who came in here last week on 6 points and it unravelled extremely quick. You start chasing.
$60. Jim, you require 106.
Got time on his hands here, Jim McEwen. A very strong position now to move himself onto 8 points. He could hit Moreno Michaels with something he's hit everybody with.
66.
It would be the reverse result from their meeting
43.
yesterday.
Jim, you
And the win that
require
would put
40.
Jim McEwen within a toenail of reaching finals night. Misfires, but he can correct on double 15. He's thinking about maybe setting something else up here, or maybe even busting and starting again. To be fair, it would have
16.
taken a great effort to bust that, wouldn't it?
You might as well have just gone for the double 15.
Yeah, he didn't want the leg, he just wanted to bust.
44. Jim, you required 24.
Opted for double 12 instead of persevering with a double 15. We could end up in a real mess here, though. This splits down to double 3. And if he goes inside here,
18.
well,
Moreno,
might have
you
been wondering if he made the right choice.
153.
I told you he should have bust the 30.
In normal circumstances, he may have contemplated busting with Moreno on
57.
153, but the way
Jim, you
he's
required
been taking out the
6.
Tumpluses, nothing is safe. One for double one.
There'll be a little chuckle from Chucky if this goes in.
No score. Moreno, you require 96.
Has he overthought this? Should he have just gone for it? Maybe he has. Double 9.
Game shot on the 5th
And the leg has got away from Jim
Moreno
McEwen.
Michaels.
The match could yet get away from Jim McEwen. What a turnaround that would be. And that's nothing to do
6th leg, it's Moreno to throw
with the
first.
chucking of the
Game
darts. That was down to decision making. He
140.
I also think as well, what if he was going to split, why did he not do the second dart and give himself the third dart at a favourable double in that visit?
Well, from 106 there, he had 4 visits to the Oki to get the job done.
45.
I'm with you, Chris. He should have bust the 30. Should have gone double 16.
Yeah, I'm not going to live that one down, am I?
41.
Just popping a treble 20. He did it plenty of times in the leg, didn't he? So
Not exactly. Just do that, Jim.
100.
Could have played really pragmatic darts, couldn't he? Could have gone for a treble 10. But knowing that if he misses it,
95.
he's leaving the double. If he gets it, he's leaving his favourite double. Or shall I just put the shovel down? Where's Henry Deacon? Let him in my seat.
140.
McEwen would have the throw if it goes all the way. But this is a battle he's been embroiled in now, and it's drama he's causing himself.
105.
This is how evenings can unravel. You start off in a game that you should have won and you miss opportunities. It goes wrong, and then that sort of lags into other fixtures.
56. Moreno require 120.
120 plays 160. One treble plays two trebles. The one treble shot won't go.
60. Jim, you require 160.
These are the sort of shots that after you've just made a mess of things, you tend to find you hit. Sort of those combinations.
60. Moreno, you require 60.
Michaels cannot believe his luck here. He's been gifted a chance. He's taking that chance. Or is he? Double 5.
50. Jim, you require 100.
Tops will surely be the target. His favourite double on the board.
60. Moreno, you require 10.
A double 5 is where it all started to go wrong for Jim McEwen. He hit
Game
that.
shot on the 6th leg.
Believed
Moreno
himself at double
Michaels.
15 when he was going to win the match 4-1. Instead, he finds himself at 3 apiece. A little fist
7th
bump
and
from the
final leg.
pair.
It's Jim to throw first.
McEwen still has it in
Game
his own
on.
hands, but his mind must be mush at the moment.
I think this is a big 3 darts here for Jim McEwen. Needs to find a treble. Does. And that's inviting.
134.
That'll just settle him back down again now. Knows he's in control of this. Knows he's in a position where, unless Moreno goes in 12, he's going to get opportunities.
100. 100. 78.
That makes that 12 dart possibility extremely hard for Moreno, which would make Jim think he's got 9 darts here from 2, 6, 7. Sort of range that quite a lot of people do their practice games and routines.
140.
9 darts from around the 250 up to the 301.
$99. Jim, you require 127.
Oh, 127 to win the game. Not going to do it in this visit.
55. 82. Jim, you require 72.
He is in the end going to tee up his favourite double top.
32.
But he hasn't got it.
Moreno, you require
And Moreno Michaels
142.
likes to take out big finishers. Won't be taking out that one. McEwen returns with more match darts.
55. Jim, you require 40.
With 16 darts at the double, can he finally get over the line?
$30.
Another 3
Moreno,
match
you
darts have
require
gone.
87.
And Moreno from 87 should expect at least a dart at the ball. It's double 5.
Game, shots, and the
Oh,
match.
wow.
Moreno
Jim McEwen
Michaels.
just couldn't get over the line. He was 3-1 up. He had multiple match opportunities and darts and just couldn't close out the game. Moreno Michaels just clawed it back ends up with that victory on the double five. It wasn't that Moreno got better, it's that Jim dropped off significantly. And that moves Moreno Michaels up to the top of the table on 8 points. Coming up next, Tony O'Shea takes on Wayne Jones.
Well, Tony O'Shea got off to a tremendous start to tonight's action. A flawless display on the outer ring, 4 from 4 with a 101 out in there as well. He was also pretty impressive in that department when he took on Wayne Jones last night, wasn't he? 57% on the doubles in that one. A win here and the rank outsider to make it to finals night. Silverback will be in pole position. Our first look tonight at the Wanderer, Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar. Do you expect him to continue with that mid-80s level that he showed throughout yesterday's session?
Well, it has been nothing if not consistent, and maybe what that does do, and we'll get Matthew's opinion on this, is it tells your opponent what you need to do to beat you, doesn't it? If that's where you're going to live, then basically you go and play better than that and you'll pick up the points, which is exactly what Tony O'Shea managed to do in this fixture yesterday.
That's the message it sends, absolutely. It says, if you're good enough, you'll win. This is the standard. Come beat me.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
But Tony O'Shea, I think it's been understated, actually, just how good he's been on the doubles, because he was 100% in that last game, which really drew our attention to it. But it was actually 50% yesterday on the doubling, and I've just worked out what his
140.
doubling stats have been for his whole Group B campaign so far now, which consists of 5 matches. He's finishing at 57.14%.
100.
Just to try and put you in the picture in terms of qualification from this group, we now know that Moreno Michaels is top of the table on 8 points after that comeback win against Jim McHugh. And this is an in-play table, so the 6th game of Tony O'Shea is added on here. If he gets the points in it, he will join him on 8. If O'Shea does that, that means that in the next match, if Moreno
40.
Michels beats Scott Walters, he will be guaranteed through because, of course, he wouldn't be being able to be caught. But 12 points is always enough. 10 points is
83.
usually more than enough, and 8 points is pretty much enough. So you'd expect Moreno to be through. Does that mean that if Tony O'Shea wins this, and he can start thinking about
85.
Saturday night?
I would suggest so. You'd suggest you do want to come see Tony O'Shea, you should get onto dartshop.tv.
95.
Certainly if he wins this fixture, he's going to be in a very, very good position. In a good position in this leg.
40.
A little chuckle from Wayne Jones there as the dart was returned
Tony
to the floor.
98.
Tony O'Shea with breathing space. I don't think he will stay there. It looked very inviting to do so, but there's no need to create
43.
unnecessary drama, although he has kind of managed to do it inadvertently.
He did that earlier, didn't he? Missed a big single 20 when 15 tops, no drama.
95. Tony required 55. $15. Wayne, you require 141.
Well, this could be the tungsten table turner. Not going to happen with the second treble missing.
124.
That was the wrong treble.
Tony
He was going for a
required
treble
40.
10. Tony O'Shea looking to get back to the kind of doubling that he had in that first match. He was 4 from 4.
Game shot on the first leg.
1 from 4 will
Tony
do.
O'Shea.
1-0. Yeah, you mentioned
Second leg, it's Wayne to
Matthew.
throw
Tomorrow
first.
night, it's going to be a night to not only get your ticket for the darts, but to get down here and get your selfies with some legends.
125.
Tony O'Shea could well be there. We're going to have Kevin Painter, Mark Durbridge, all here. What a chance to really mix it,
55.
rub shoulders with some of the people that have been protagonists in the story of darts. Scan that QR code. It'll take you to dartshop.tv. You can
140.
secure your ticket to get yourself a front row seat to watch some of the legends. May even meet a few TV stars as well, the likes of
35.
Abigail Davis and Matthew Edgar.
$100.
Be a cracking Saturday night. Not many left until Champions Week now. This is week 9 of the cycle.
100. Wayne, you require 136.
Not many spaces left to fill. Good response this from Wayne Jones
96.
after losing that opening leg with little resistance.
You mentioned Champions Week currently there. Andreas Harrison, Steve West, Andy Bolton,
24.
Chaz Barstow
Wayne,
and
you
Cam
require 40.
Crabtree will come on to why we haven't got more names in a moment. But Wayne Jones is just trying to get this leg done with
Game
little
shot on the
drama.
second
And
leg.
he has done that.
Wayne Jones.
Yeah, so of course, 2 of the winners in Chris Landman and Willie Borland went on to get tour
Third leg,
cards.
it's
And Neil
Tony to
Duff
throw first.
is elected
Game
to
on.
play in the World Seniors Championship, which is same weekend as the Champions Week finals night. So the places will go to the best performing runners-up. And
100.
obviously, at the time, before those, people didn't know that that would happen. But they do now, so extra initiative to get to a final, because we
100.
might still be in Champions Week. Also, plenty of the runners-up have gone on to get tour cards, the likes of Dom Taylor, Adam Hunt, etc. They're not going to be here either. So right now, as it stands, Ron Muhlenkamp, Ben Robb and Gary Stone would be looking
60.
at places in Champions Week. But of course, that can change. So We will keep you informed as the weeks unfold.
Steve West, who's coming up in Champions Week's just had some
83.
major surgery, hasn't he? Said he'll be here regardless, even if he's got to come on the crutches.
The most regular winner of Saturday nights at the
60.
Super Series is Steve West.
It's quite funny when I had a bit of a chat with Wayne Jones earlier on
100.
this evening. And I says, how did you know where to play this weekend? Because he could have gone to the Seniors Tour, he could have gone to the Challenge Tour. And obviously he's here at the
47.
Super Series. He goes, that's just my luck, that. Because I sit at home for weeks on end doing nothing. And then 3 big tournaments I could play in all come up at the same weekend. Could always do a Scott Walters and sort of just
100.
drive up and down the motorway for hours on end to play in both.
Danny Janssen and Richie Burnett picking up Challenge Tour titles today. Richie Burnett then getting the good
81.
news of his invite to
Wayne
the World
Urukai,
Seniors Championship,
118.
which we mooted this afternoon, and it turned out to be true. So Burnett will be there. Wayne Jones looking at double 19, but he's not
99.
there. So O'Shea gets a
Tony
go.
Urukai,
but it's a big
153.
outside shot, this. Treble 20, not found, and Jones will come back for the remainder.
59. Wayne Urukai, 19.
Double 8.
Game shot on the third
Jones
leg.
hits the front
Wayne Jones.
with a breaker throw.
Speaking of the seniors, they've had their tournaments
Fourth leg, it's
today.
Wayne to throw
of
first.
them.
Game on.
Derek Colson of Wales. Fantastic performance throughout the day. Always sort of around that high 80 average. Got to the semi-finals. Was in a
100.
94, and then he won the final with an average of 106. Certainly want to keep an eye on there in the seniors tour.
59.
That's one of the things we're seeing now with that seniors tour. It started off with the legends, the Bob Andersons and the John Lowe's, and now it's starting to generate its own names like Richie Howson.
100.
Yeah, it's going to be a bumper field for that World Championship as well. I was having a look at some of the names earlier. The final invites have been dished out. Manfred Bilderl of Germany, followed by Richie Burnett. Tony O'Shea himself will be there, hoping to fire in a few darts like that. This feels like a bit of a precursor to it.
100.
Neil Duff winning last week as well, or a few players finding form just ahead of it. Kevin Painter, one of them. Mark Durbridge will be there as well. Lisa Ashton, who we saw here this week. Chris Mason, who we see here often. Of course,
105.
the main man, the one that they'll all be going to see this year, because it will be the last chance to see Phil Taylor, the Power 16-time world champion, looking
80.
to pick up a seniors
Tony
title
Urukai,
before he puts his darts in their
157.
case for the last time.
Maybe understated. John Part, who's been playing quite regularly and decent darts at Q School. He's looking to find something in time for
95.
that seniors title as
Wayne
well.
Urukai,
It's
121.
nicely competitive.
Wayne Jones has been just that in this match, and the bullseye will put him clear.
96.
Just clears the ball, just
Tony Urukai, 62.
rattled the ring. And O'Shea gets his opportunity to level up.
Hasn't needed too many opportunities when it comes to the doubles this week. He's loved this double 16.
Game shot on the
Continues
fourth
that
leg.
love affair.
Tony O'Shea.
Levels things up here. Gets it all back on throw.
Fifth leg, it's Tony to
Yep,
throw
advantage.
first. Game on.
O'Shea once again.
'94. '85. 41.
It's one of those games where we're level, but the average is telling a bit of a story here, and that is that Tony O'Shea's performance has been up and down, where Wayne Jones ultimately has been
97.
plodding along with that consistency. But he's just got to catch Tony O'Shea when that performance just drops, when that door opens.
134.
That may be here. This is a big visit for Tony O'Shea, and he knows it. Just taking a bit more time, being a bit deliberate.
One of those awkward shots as well.
83.
He would have had to think carefully about how to leave a finish. In the end, the misfire took that out of his hands.
100.
82 is certainly no gimme, so Tony would be quite determined here to leave himself in similar range at least.
And the frustration for Wayne Jones there, you see him banging his darts at the back of the stage. That all comes because the treble came with the first dart. Had he got the treble 20 with the last dart, he'd have been happy. Well, he might be about to have something to smile about.
66.
Instead, we see the frustration again because the first dart was spot on, perfectly in the bullseye. But then 2 darts missed at double, allowing Tony O'Shea a shot at 141. And he might do it. Wrong side of the treble wire, was going for the treble
77.
19.
Wayne, you require
The same
16.
finish that saw Luke Littler hit that historic 9-darter.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And Wayne Jones grabs the initiative again in this game. Yeah, it's worth remembering,
6th leg,
actually,
it's
that
Wayne to
9-dart
throw
finish
first. Game on.
from Luke Littler today. The record has been broken. The youngest player to hit one on the telly. It was Michael van Gerwen. It stood for a very long time. Hit one when he was 17 years of age.
180.
It just shows you where Luke Littler's living at the moment. When you look at the trends on X at the moment, you've
55.
got Luke Littler, The Rock, Love Island, and Seth Rollins. There you are. Trends at the moment on X.
125.
See, Wayne, if that dart in the 5 had been in the treble 20, you might have been getting yourself trending, mate.
$82.
But he might be getting himself in the mix. If he wins this match, he'll go level on points with Tony O'Shea and Jim McEwen. It becomes a really fierce fight, and Moreno Michaels will still be having to wait. No guarantee that he'll qualify yet. And Scott Walters sort of becomes really dangerous then, because he's the man that they should all beat in the minds. If anyone slips up against him, that's a real bad loss. A really good leg this from Wayne Jones. Hit a double inadvertently,
32.
but couldn't get the one to win the leg. It shouldn't matter.
Plenty of time on his hands. A big power scoring leg from Wayne Jones. 7 big power trebles in his first 9. Tony O'Shea might be giving him 6 darts
32.
here.
Wayne, you required 24. Game, shot, and the
Jones
match. Wayne Jones
gets it done, and this is getting very, very interesting. Some competitive matches so far this evening. Tony O'Shea with 1 win. That was against Scott Walters, but Wayne Jones with a win against Tony O'Shea, and he was good value for it. An average of 95.61, and that means that he's tied on 6 points with Tony O'Shea and with Jim McEwen, who he's going to play in a couple of games' time. Moreno Michaels is out on top, and he's looking to extend that lead when he plays the man at the bottom, Scott Walters, in a couple of minutes' time.
So then, Marino Michels is looking to maintain his 100% record of qualifying for finals night here at the Super Series, and with a comprehensive victory in this one, could well do so. It's a fixture he won comfortably last night without needing to be anywhere near his best, really. Didn't score heavily, but was 50% on the outer ring. Can he condemn Scott Walters to yet another defeat in Group B, or will Walters still have a significant say in who goes through to finals night? Let's find out with Chris and Matt.
Well, let's just be silly for a moment. He could actually get through himself, couldn't he, Scott Walters? We've just been crunching the numbers,
First
and he can, of course, get to 6 points
first.
still,
Game on.
which is what Jim McEwen, Wayne Jones and Tony O'Shea are all on. And if he does that, if Jones and O'Shea lose their remaining matches, that leg difference, despite it being really, really
60.
poor, -12, could evaporate and somehow could find himself sneaking into 3rd place.
It's one of those scenarios that if we was going to go through it, you'd have to go get a pen and paper first, because there's so many things that need to happen.
140.
You're never going to remember them all. But the main thing to remember is there's a hope.
100.
That hope is going to be there. One thing that's going to have to improve is his doubling. Just 8 hits from his 36 attempts. And he said that was the problem earlier as well. He did go up to the Challenge Tour, went out in the
100.
preliminary round in Milton Keynes and said he just couldn't hit a double.
$97. 100. 100. Scott, you require 161.
There is still that ridiculous scenario in this group as well at play where 4 players could finish on 10 points. So even with a 4-0 win in this one, there would be no
65. Moreno, you
guarantee
require
yet for Moreno Michaels to
144.
be through, because that could still happen. He could lose out on leg difference. It's a far cry from this afternoon when everything was sorted pretty much before a dart was thrown.
60. Scott, you require 96.
We will obviously keep you up to date with all the different possibilities as they happen and unravel.
$88.
Is it going to be Scott
Moreno,
the
you
spoiler?
require 84.
Moreno Michaels is in this position because of a real mistake from Jim McEwen in the previous match that he capitalised on. Came back from 3-1 down to beat him.
Game shot on
And
the
he
first
sneaks
leg.
that in the top of the
Moreno
double
Michaels.
six to grab the first leg against Scott Walters.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
And the vibe I get from Scott every time is he feels like those shots just keep going in against him. We're just hitting everything in his sort of assessment of his
44.
campaign. And you could just see the eyebrows raising at the back of the stage. Just wearing the blows of the last couple of days. Got a lot of darts coming up ahead of him. He'll be in Romania next week,
121.
taking part in 2 WDF silver ranked events, trying to confirm his place at Lakeside at the end of the year.
That's still the aim that you're chasing?
100.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the year out there. I'm actually going to travel with Scott to one of the events over in Slovak.
60.
Silver and a bronze ranked event over there.
$180.
If you pick a set of darts up, there are 2 places you want to play. The Ali Pali, Lakeside.
140.
And the live lounge. Come on, Matthew.
Well, for Stephen Plumstead, he did everything he could to be here, didn't he? And he got here and he had a very good campaign earlier on in Group C.
There's been some really
60.
nice messages on his social media as well. He's been like a kid in a sweet shop to be here this week, and he's certainly acquitted himself
60.
like someone
Scott,
more
you
than a
require
prize winner.
117.
Felt like he'd earned his place just as he did and belonged on that stage.
77. Moreno, you require 120.
Well, this is the kind of thing that he does. You know the rest.
80.
It's
Scott,
not
you
usually
require
that.
40.
Well, Walters expected that script to be followed as well. That's a bit awkward, the way his darts lie. He's just had a little shimmy to the right. Probably done him a favour here, getting to move to an open
20.
target, but he just
Moreno, you
can't hit the
require
doubles.
40.
It's plagued him this week. It plagued him at the Challenge Tour.
No score. Scott, you require
Well, he's
20.
getting some chances here. Can he take one?
10.
Not that one.
Moreno, you require 40.
He's got to burn a dart. Give me one dart at double 16 to break the throw of Scott Walters.
24. Scott, you require 10.
When you're not feeling confident on your doubles, this is not a nice place to be, because you then start fearing about coming inside. Got to throw this with purpose.
Game
That's a
shot on the
great dart
second
there
leg.
for Scott Walters.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
I think it's a point you've picked up on many times. I think this pursuit of perfection really needs to be just ironed out of a few dart players' mind. Hit the double, you've won the
58.
leg, but greeting it like that. Everyone just wants to play brilliantly all the time. What happened to just winning?
180.
I was listening to a podcast with a certain former Premier League footballer and pundit these days,
135.
well known to most, Roy Keane. And he was saying exactly that. Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher were talking through all these stats, and now one of the teams had played well and they'd drawn the match. And Roy Keane said, there is a stat that's more important than that, lads. It's the result. Maybe think
100.
about that. And Scott Walters might be guilty of
92.
thinking about his performances so much that he's actually forgetting about results, and in the process hasn't got any results.
But ultimately, that might be where the next evolution of the sport
60.
comes, because things like trying to look through stats and performances, that's the job for the coaches, not for the players.
96. Scott, you
Yeah,
require
and it's
161.
One thing knowing the what, but you've got to know the why, haven't you? Not just, well, I need to average 100 in the next game. That's easy to say, but how do I do that?
40.
Because
Moreno,
no one
you
ever goes to
require
the hockey with the intention of
120.
missing the target. Every leg's an intended 9 darter.
He squeezed a dart in the treble last time he had this combo in front of him. Couldn't find the double on that occasion, and he can't on this
Scott,
occasion
you
either.
require 121.
Missed doubles just continue to add up here for the pair of them.
How about missed segments? Looks disgusted with himself. Then he'll be annoyed by hitting that.
81. Moreno, you require 20. $10. Scott, you require 40.
Erratic finishing this from Moreno Michaels. Completely out of sorts, completely out of character.
No score. Moreno, you require 10.
But you could guess the reaction from Scott Walters before we saw his face there. They were all resting on that top wire.
Game shot on the third leg. Moreno Michaels.
He's having a bit of an apologetic night, isn't he, Moreno
Fourth leg, it's
Michaels?
Scott
He
to throw
kind of got
first.
gifted
Game on.
a way back into the game by Jim McEwen, and Scott Walters is just giving him chance after chance that he shouldn't be getting as well.
100.
Key to remember in that last leg, Scott Walters actually kicked off with a max.
96. $100. 58.
Some nights when things just keep going for you, you think, my luck's in tonight.
121.
Is that how Moreno is starting to feel? It'll feel good if he can fill this one up, puts him back in the leg.
180.
And again, Scott Walters will just feel every time he's getting an opportunity that something goes wrong.
Well, Luke Littler over in Bahrain did the
41.
350
Moreno
and 6
require 167.
today. Can Moreno Michaels with a 347? He can't.
Is there anything Luke
57.
Littler didn't do
Scott
today?
require 139.
With a 9 dart of the 350 and 6 and won the title.
39.
Don't forget trending
Moreno
alongside the
require
rock.
110.
It's great for darts. I think most in the sport
45.
get that.
Scott, you require 100.
Will Scott Walters get this?
Could stay there. It did look inviting.
60. Moreno requires 65.
Of 65. Double 16 to tidy it up.
33.
Hasn't been very
Scott, you
tidy in
require
that department.
40.
Now 13 missed starts at double for Moreno Michaels. Scott Walters himself had missed 10 before this
Game shot on the
visit,
fourth
but he
leg.
finds double 10
Scott
to win
Walters.
the fourth leg of the match.
Fifth leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
There to be taken. Finally in the balance.
139.
I see that a lot from Moreno when he's opening a leg. If he gets the first two in, wants to pop the 177 rather than the 180.
60.
The Michael van Gerwen school of thinking. He prefers the 144 rather than the 141 at the end of a 9-dart combination.
100. 93. 58.
Again, both players will feel they could have had done and dusted.
81.
Certainly had plenty of opportunities. 28 darts at doubles between the pair.
$82. 92. Moreno require 122.
Walters not leaving a finish has meant that Moreno could do whatever he wants with the 1-2-2. Didn't have to go the 18s route.
90.
Although I don't think any dart player will be taking counting advice from me this evening.
85. Moreno required 32.
Doubling has been troubling for Moreno. It's not just
24.
been the misses, but the margin
Scott,
of
you
them.
required 90.
Couple of examples there.
Double 15 to break the throw of Moreno Michaels. He's taking his time, giving it the full Kevin Painter.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Nails it.
Scott Walters.
To get ahead now. This gets interesting. If Walters wins this game, he keeps
Sixth leg, it's
Moreno
Scott to throw
Michaels on 8
first.
points.
Game on.
And the man in 4th place is only 2 behind the man in 1st place. And plays him next.
140.
Tony O'Shea is the next opponent. Moreno Michaels. Before that, one of Jim McEwen or Wayne Jones will get to 8 points because they play each other.
100.
But Walters getting the 2 points will mean that 10 points will definitely be enough. So anyone on 8 will know they're only one win away.
83.
Moreno Michaels' only defeat yesterday came at
60.
the hands of Wayne Jones in his first match.
$100.
Scott Walters just looking like a completely different player here since he's got his nose back in front.
43.
Moreno's going to need plenty of Walters' mistakes from this point. It doesn't look like they're coming.
138.
Well, this is going to be a spanner in the works. There's no doubt about that. Scott Walters winning this really blows it wide open. It's a real dent
58.
in Moreno Michaels'
Scott,
chances.
you required 40.
There'll still be a win away, but not sure where the win might come from.
And the match.
Walters wins,
Scott Walters.
finally, off the mark. And don't forget what we said before the start of this match. He himself could still go through. He won't be thinking about that at this point. Just a consolation as far as he's concerned at the moment. But stranger things have happened. In fact, strange things have happened to him, against him. Will one go for him this evening? Stay tuned here at the Super Series to find out.
Well, Scott Walters getting the better of Moreno Michels has made things very interesting indeed in the race for finals night. Wayne Jones and Jim McEwen are up next. We posed the question of whether the Wanderer would continue at the consistent level that he produced last night throughout this session. Well, he actually raised it quite significantly. A stunning display to get the better of Tony O'Shea a little earlier. Got over the line with a 13-dart leg. Can he back that up against McEwen, who was defeated in his opener, missed 19 darts at the outer ring, scoring and was made to pay. To see which of these two will move on to 8 points in the table then and give themselves an advantage in that race for finals night, let's get back to our commentary team.
Flag, it's Wayne to throw first. Game on.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, it wasn't just the 19 darts that Jim McEwen missed. It was the amount of those that was for the match. He just couldn't cross the line against Moreno Michaels. He was 3-1 up. Moreno Michaels just clawed it back and ended up with a 4-3 success. None of that drama for Wayne Jones. He was excellent in that opening game, the victory over Tony O'Shea, and puts himself into contention. But this group is just starting to get a bit tasty. And maybe Jim McEwen, who is here on his second opportunity, is just going to start looking over his shoulder a little bit here, because he is trying to defend the series crown.
55.
What we do know is that Moreno Michaels remains 1 win away. If he gets to 10 points, if he beats O'Shea or Wayne Jones, then he will be through. That means that both McEwen and Jones know that they're 2 wins away from guaranteed qualification. And the winner of this match will move within 1. We also know that Scott Walters is still in with an outside chance after winning that previous game. Jim McEwen will be kicking himself. He'll feel he should already be in that position that Moreno Michaels is in.
$93.
We saw what the pressure did to Moreno in that last game. Just could not buy a double.
$92. Jim, you require 170.
Darts Moreno Michaels had, and only able to hit the 2.
$58. Wayne, you require 114.
And tops.
94. Jim, you require 112.
Be the same equation here for Jim McEwen. Dart at tops. This would be for a break of throat.
92.
The same hole.
Wayne, you require 20.
So Jones to start to emerge as a favourite to qualify here.
Wayne Jones
wasn't really in that conversation for most of last night, certainly the start of tonight, but
second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Jumped into provisional second place, tied on 8 points as it would be with Moreno Michaels. If he wins this match, that's where he'll find himself.
94.
And McEwen just slipping down the table. Tony O'Shea against Michaels is your next fixture.
100.
This would be a 3rd straight defeat for McEwen after 3 successive wins to kick off the group.
$100. $83.
It's frustrating when you sort of over pitch like McEwen did there, going into the
40.
treble 1. But Wayne Jones, he's going to want to at least be in Saturday night. Being here means he's ruled himself out really of doing the Challenge Tour this year, because he did tell me he's got 0 intentions of going to Germany for the
92.
second load of Challenge Tour events. Certainly after missing the first wave of 5 this weekend. He also missed out on that Seniors Tour, which which is taking place this weekend as well. So
125.
he's going to want to make this pay. He's going to want to make it to Saturday night, make it worthwhile. I'd say he now plays darts more as a bit of a hobby.
140. Wayne, you require
Gone back to
136.
the full-time occupation. These darts as a chance for him to come and, as he said,
96.
nick a few quid.
Jim, you require 32. Game shot on the second leg. Jim McEwen.
McEwen levels the match, finding double 16.
Third leg, it's
After all
Wayne
the
to throw
faffing
first.
around tonight. Hopefully for him, that'll be a settler.
50. $86. $60.
Well, perseverance there from Wayne Jones on what seemed like a blocked target, to be honest. That looks quite inviting for Jim McEwen. I say it every time he's here, but I do really like
140.
his darts. They just look a little bit regal, don't they? A little bit royal. The darts of a champion, the kind of darts, the kind of set of darts that a champion should throw.
22.
And he's going to want to be a champion again, but to do that, the champion of the series, he's first got to be a champion of a week.
Look at those. Absolutely gorgeous.
59. $100.
Lots of reference points on those darts as well, isn't there? So he'll be able to have them suit his grip. Don't need to look at the dart. We'll just be able to feel the point where the finger and
134.
thumb sit on the dart.
$99.
He must
Jim, you
use
require
a new set
82.
most times he plays. They're always shiny and gold. They tend to wear away those types of coatings, but always pristine here at the Super Series, at least, Jim McEwen.
42.
Well, can
you
Wayne
require
Jones do something rather
170?
special here? He couldn't, and McEwen can return to take
85.
control of this tie.
Jim, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Jim McEwen.
We was talking about the possibility of Jim McEwen slipping
Fourth
down
leg,
the
it's Jim to
table.
throw first. Game on.
We now have the possibility of him going absolute lock top with Moreno Michaels.
$54. $140.
Just the way the fixtures have panned out, still everything remains possible, whatever
100.
happens here. Well, McEwen and Michaels would be tied at the top, but they've already played each other, so there's still
60.
no guarantee that one of them would get to 10 points.
21.
What we will know at the end of the match is who the target is for Scott Walters, because there is a guarantee that one of this pair will get to 8 points, and then he needs Wayne Jones,
91.
Antonio O'Shea, or Jim McEwen, Antonio O'Shea, stay where they are.
There are only 2 more rounds of fixtures to play.
140.
So we are getting into the business end at the completion of this match.
In fact, he needs Jones to lose, doesn't he, Scott Walters? He
55.
needs him to lose in this match, because with O'Shea and McEwen playing each other, that means one of them's going to get to 8. So if Jones is already on 8, that is that for Scott Walters.
$100. Wayne, you require 155.
Bend the mind a Friday at the Super Series sometimes. It was pretty serene. Easy to work out this afternoon. This is pretty easy to work out. Double 19.
117.
McEwen thought it was going
Jim, you
as well.
require 86.
You do when you're up there, you just feel like your opponent's going to hit everything. You get into a real sort of negative place. You don't feel like you're going to get any opportunities present themselves. An opportunity to present itself for Wayne Jones there, a slip from McEwen.
30. Wayne, you require 38.
Yeah, missing a big number that would have given him a dart at the bullseye. Jones missing the double. At least he's missed it then. So he can rescue it. And he
Game
does
shot on the
rescue it.
fourth
To tie
leg.
up
Wayne
the
Jones.
match at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's
McEwen's
Wayne
starting
to
to look
throw
a bit
first.
unsettled
Game
and a bit
on.
dejected, a bit like when he was here a couple of weeks after winning his Super Series crown. Getting quite fidgety, you can see at the back of the stage.
55.
These are the things that you wish you could see as a player at times.
$135. $45. $140.
Good recovery again here from McEwen. Just when you start to doubt him, starts to find once again. That is why he is a champion here at the Super
100.
Series.
$58. $60.
This game has slowed down to something close to a crawl. Get the sense that both players are feeling it. They know it's an important match. Even though it's not the one that would officially put them through,
140.
get the sense that they've got that feeling. To win this, I'll be okay. I'll be pretty much through. But if I lose it, I'm under pressure and could be heading home tonight rather than after tomorrow, and whatever that might bring.
140. Jim, you required 28.
I've seen different players approach it in different ways. Some know exactly what they need to do.
Game
Others
shot
prefer
on the
not to
fifth
know,
leg.
but Jim McEwen's
Jim
very
McEwen.
experienced here at the Super Series. He's been playing in this format for pretty much the whole time
Sixth leg, it's
this
Jim to throw first. Game
project
on.
has existed.
He has been on some really good winning streaks as well. He's been an excellent part of the growth of the MODUS Super
46.
Series. Something that's worked for him as well. And it was nice to see him become a champion.
140.
Did make it to Champions Week in Series 2 also, and Series 5 when he went on to win it.
140.
He also holds one of the records in terms of the amount of games and points collected in a group. He won 28 points in a Group A campaign, matched by Alex Spellman and David Evans. And Spellman is back here at the
41.
Super Series next week.
Remember that week well. Josh Payne stopped him in the end. In the very last game as well, match number 15, nearly the first player to go through a Group A without defeat.
62. $60. 140.
Well, he's closing in on a win here, and it's a win that would put him close to qualification. It's also a win that would keep
Jimmy
Scott
require
Walters' faint
113.
flame flickering. This big number again. This time it shouldn't really matter.
73. $60. Jim, you require 40. No score.
Not yet.
Wayne, you
Hold your
require
horses.
140.
Really expected that to go after that first start, was inviting into the tops. Can Wayne Jones punish? Gone for top stops himself.
100.
A fine effort. It might
Jim,
be
you
the last
require
starts he
40.
gets.
Jim McEwen then to edge closer to qualification to move on to 8 points. 2 tens. A pair of fives.
No score.
Just cannot seem to
Wayne, you
cross
require 40.
the winning line tonight. Chance after chance to win matches.
An absolute carbon copy of the game with
Game shot on
Moreno.
the 6th leg.
And now Wayne
Wayne
Jones becomes the
Jones.
favourite here to win this one, due to the fact that he's going to have the advantage of throw.
But just a
Seventh final
reminder,
leg, it's Wayne to
the
throw
outcome of this
first.
leg will determine
Game
the fate
on.
of Scott Walters back in the practice room. He's just won his first match, but he could get some bad news. If Wayne Jones wins this leg and Walters officially out, he would have to dodge another bullet anyway, even if McEwen wins. If Tony O'Shea could then beat Moreno Michaels, and that would mean Walters'
140.
chances would have gone as well. So he's got a little bit of waiting and hoping and praying to do to have any chance. But whoever wins this leg is going to have a great chance.
I get the feeling that Scott Walters
135.
probably believes that the opportunity's already gone. Probably doesn't realise he could still qualify.
And that might be the best thing. The best approach. Suddenly the intensity can return, but with it comes the pressure.
140.
Wayne Jones was let off in this one. McEwen missing 6 match darts, and all of a sudden started firing. This is a quality last leg from both.
180.
Absolutely brilliant from Jim McEwen. A maximum just in the nick of time.
83. $100. Wayne, you require 138.
Well, it now just becomes a set-up shot, and I hope that McEwen Continues to miss match opportunities. He should
60.
be getting a dart at the
Jimmy
ball.
require 86.
Yeah, it started to go wrong when he didn't do that on this very shot earlier in the match. He hit a single 18, then he missed the big 18 with dart number 2. This time, he locates a treble for a go at double 7
72.
on the wire
Wayne, you require 78.
in a game that's gone to the wire.
There's going to be more misery for McEwen. Jones will get a dart at tops.
58.
Both players have missed match darts now.
Jimmy require 14.
Jim McEwen comes back for an awkward double 7.
Game,
But this
shot,
time,
and
he
the
nails
match.
it.
Jim McEwen.
And finally, Jim McEwen takes the checkered flag. And Chucky, the reigning champion, edges closer to Saturday night. And the title defence may well continue. It was actually a decent performance from Jim McEwen, but he could have crossed the line earlier. So much drama self-inflicted tonight by McEwen, who gave up a 3-1 lead in his first match and lost that game, but he manages to pip Wayne Jones at the post, surviving a match start in the process. McEwen moves on to 8 points with Moreno Michaels. Tony O'Shea hoping to get there as well. He takes on Moreno after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwen has just come through in a last leg decider to pick up his first 2 points of this evening's session. We can have a look at the results 5 games in to tonight's Group B action. But Matt Edgar, it's not all going to plan for Jim McEwen, is it? Quite a bit of outer ring sting.
He's just not getting over the line. He's got into the position where he could win the matches and win them quite convincingly. And he's just really struggled to get over the line. Whether he's thinking about this too much or whether he's sort of overestimating how tight this group is, he could have been out the way of this now. But instead, he ended up pulling himself into drama. That last win, though, vital, and he's in a very strong position now.
So composed, so in control of his emotions, his game yesterday. We were talking about how he was playing like he did last week at Q School. What's the main difference you are seeing tonight?
Panic. That's all. It's just panic. And it's written all across him, the tension, maybe it's because he's been here already and he failed on 2 different group campaigns on that situation. And he just wants to get through to Saturday. I think if he does get through to Saturday, which he's likely to do so now, I think that's when we're going to see the real best of Jim McEwen.
Yeah, it's hard to make any predictions at all at this point, though, is it? But a word on Moreno Michels, because we said during his Group A campaign that he was consistently inconsistent. Yesterday he was superb, but it looks like he's reverted back to Group A Moreno Michels tonight.
It's that 7 visit Moreno, and that's where he's been all week, really. And he's been fortunate tonight. He could have easily been on the wrong end of results, but instead he's got himself in a good position. Now what he's got to do is got to ride that fortune and take chance of the opportunity that's presented himself, because he is also in a good position now to be here on Saturday.
He is. Let's have a look at the group table with 5 more matches to bring you tonight. It is Moreno Michels who sat top, and Jim McEwen, the player who beat him in the final of Series 5, who sat second in Jim McEwen. Tony O'Shea currently occupies 3rd spot. Wayne Jones, though, level on points and leg difference. Scott Walters is still alive thanks to that Jim McEwen victory last time out, but you don't really think that's going to last too much longer.
You don't, but this is the Super Series, and stuff happens that you think will never happen. We saw Scott Walters on the other end of what we called the Walters, where he was in a position he thought he couldn't lose, and he did. He would love us to rename what the Walters is here at the Super Series and be that person who comes from absolutely nowhere and finds that qualification space.
Yeah, he certainly would. But next up, it is an opportunity for Moreno Michels to book his spot at finals night, become the 4th name through to Saturday's action. Is he going to be able to do that here, or will Silverback have a thing or two to say about that?
It is indeed time to find out. And when the pair met yesterday, it did go the way of Moreno Michels here at the MODUS Super Series. Silverback looking to get his revenge. And if he does, he'll be in a very good position himself. He'll be a win away and maybe won't even need that, depending on what happens with the chasing Wayne Jones. It will see Scott Walters eliminated officially, as he can only get to 6 points if Tony does get the win here. So we will see someone eliminated from this race, either Walters out or Michels through at the end of this best of 7 contest.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
And based on what we've seen tonight so far, I just don't know which way I would go in this match. Probably before the night started, I'd still have been leaning towards Moreno Michels, but I've not been particularly impressed.
I think I'm going to say that about the entire group in terms of I don't know where it's going to go. You know me, Chris, I like to be big and bold and...
Right.
Yep. And for that reason, I don't really want to hang my hat on any player so far tonight.
52.
Do have a good strike rate on the predictions, just to blow the own trumpet a touch.
Right, we'll give you a little question then. It's one that sometimes gets put out to
60.
social media followers on Saturday nights about the finals night groups. But having seen all the players play this week, which group from the week do you see the winner of the week coming from?
100.
Group C. Either Kevin Painter or Mark Dudbridge. Dudbridge was my prediction at the start of the week, at the 18-1
41.
outsider. So I've just got to stick with that, I suppose.
Well, the other two that have done it in the most convincing fashion. Painter actually ended up winning that group on leg difference
59.
by a healthy amount of leg difference as well. Largely down to the fact that he beat Mark Dudbridge 4-0 today.
140.
Both of them got to 16 points, just 2 defeats in that campaign apiece. One against each other.
180.
What a time that was from Tony O'Shea.
140. Tony required 52.
That key strength of his game. This double 16. Been a very good friend for him throughout the evening and
36.
throughout the whole
Moreno
group,
requires
but not on this
60.
occasion.
Thought he might have been in just from first glance. It was the wrong side of the wire. This is tricky for Moreno.
Game shot on the first
But what a
leg.
dart that is.
Moreno
He only really had
Michaels.
half a bed to aim at when you see the second angle there. But he almost used that as a
Second leg,
barrier,
it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
like chucking the bowling ball down. You lift the barriers up. Sure you do that, don't you, Matthew?
Push it off that little ramp
57.
thing as well. Chuck down 2
42.
balls if it doesn't look like it's going right. We've all seen the bullseye challenge by now, surely.
Maybe that's a little field trip one day. We'll take our cameras and let's see how they are at other sports
84.
like bowling. There are some dart players actually that are very, very adept. Thinking Roby John Rodriguez, he could have been a professional 10-pin bowler.
97.
Are you aware of any other dart players that have got other talents? I know you've done a bit of wrestling yourself. Any other
45.
sports that they perhaps could have chosen to pursue?
Not that I really know of, actually. None of the ones
60.
that aren't already well documented, anyway.
Yeah, a little voice in my head just said that Colin Osborne was a very talented table tennis player.
140.
I tell you what, actually, there's one, Joe Cullen, a very good footballer.
40.
Maybe plays up front.
Yeah, I've actually seen him playing charity matches and he scored a hatful of goals.
85.
Well, let's see how Moreno Michaels' finishing is.
77. Moreno required 90.
Options. Treble 18 will probably be the route. He's just going to tee up tops.
50. $100. Moreno, you require 40. $20.
I don't know where
Tony
this has come from,
require
but
85.
I've got a feeling Adrian Lewis was signed to a football team when he was a youngster as well. Popped into my head. It was in there somewhere. Bullseye for O'Shea.
37. Moreno, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg.
Michaels is
Moreno
now 2 legs away from
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
the Q ring qualification.
$83.
Depends who you ask that question to, though, as well, because I can also confirm that there's a lot of tall tales on tour.
Oh, we all
60.
had trials, Matt. We've all had trials somewhere. I've had a few trials in my time, but I've always got away with it.
140.
You'll often hear some stories when you're out on the
60.
Pro Tour. Always got these tall tales, you know the ones. So there were 10 of them.
96.
Any idea of the thinking behind the last start there?
Well, he's trying to use a range of the board, isn't he? We've seen him switching to the 19s
134.
at times as well. Maybe he wanted to have a go at the 3 balls.
Yeah, 32 holes. Where's
51.
it going now?
I think he's just trying to round it off.
What is Tony O'Shea doing here?
93.
I think he
Tony
would attempt at
required
treble 14 there to
131.
try and leave the straight ton.
Or was he just aiming down that corridor of opportunity? Treble 14, treble 11.
$55. Moreno required
154
154.
for Moreno to add another big finish to his bingo card.
91. Tony
Okay,
requires
suspect he's going to go on the 20s here.
Now he wants double 20,
56.
but he can't get that, and
Moreno
he's in
requires
peril here, Tony
63.
O'Shea. Not only is he staying on 6 points, but his leg difference is disappearing. Well, a little let off
31.
for Silverback.
Tony required 20. Game shot on the third leg. Tony O'Shea. Fourth leg, it's
Cashes in
Moreno
on the
to throw
opportunity.
first. Game on.
Moreno, if he can get over the line, will confirm his qualification. But the closer he's got to getting over the line,
60.
the tighter he's got. The more unlikely he's looked.
$58.
And is that the reputation of the player he's playing? Is that the chance of qualifying, or is it a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B?
134. $140.
Beautiful dart. That was inviting.
100.
Well,
133.
that'll do for Tony O'Shea. And now, having set up sublimely,
100.
coming
Tony
back for a nice
required
fish supper.
170.
Tasty. Tony.
80. Moreno required 107.
Has been his big strength this week,
67.
but that's a long
Tony
way off there
required
for
90.
Moreno. He is looking a bit tense. He's trying to get the job done and book his place in Saturday night.
41. Moreno required
Both
40.
players throwing flyers there. Double 10 for 3-1.
Game
Yes,
shot on the
it's in.
fourth leg. Moreno Michaels.
He's now a leg away from Saturday night. He would be the fourth
Fifth leg,
confirmed
it's Tony to throw
name
first. Game
on the sheet for finals night.
$135.
Christian de Boer, the winner of Group A and ADC Europe qualifier.
44.
Kevin Painter, the winner of Group C, followed by the runner-up, Mark Dubridge, two famous names in this sport. And then the runner-up from the previous series, Moreno Michels, would be
60.
joining them. Jim McEwen, a win away himself. And it would look like a battle between Wayne Jones and Tony O'Shea, but remember, a certain Scott Walters,
140.
incredibly, could still qualify. It would be one of the most miracle stories we have
83.
ever told here at the Super Series.
$59.
When he won that first match tonight, Tony O'Shea would have thought he was as good as there.
59.
But defeat to Wayne Jones, and now it's looking like another one at the hands of this man. But O'Shea first to a finish.
140. Tony required 164.
Moreno sets up the better one. He's going to get a go at it. Tony O'Shea needs to bring this down.
54. Moreno required
And Moreno
118.
At a 15th. Tumpless checkout. And the one that will qualify him through.
80.
It'd have been so fitting of the
required
story of
110.
Moreno Michaels to put himself through to Saturday night with a tumpless checkout. Well, O'Shea's going to have to take one out himself, and he's not going to. It's gone wrong already. And that can't even rescue the shot. 52 remaining. Usually would go for a big 20. That's what he
78.
does, but it's hit and hope
Moreno
for
required
Tony
38.
O'Shea. And for Moreno Michaels, double 14.
10.
He's missed.
Tony required
Twice.
32.
He's not there yet.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Tony O'Shea.
He's loving that double 16, isn't he, Tony O'Shea? Moreno Michaels not really loving any doubles
6th leg, it's
tonight.
Moreno to throw first.
3 from
Game
15
on.
in this one, 2 from 17 in his second fixture. 41 darts thrown at the doubles tonight.
26.
He's hit 9. In terms of that, as a percentage,
137.
21.95. Sort of 12 points lower than our expected
40.
doubling stats here, which is 33%, 1 in 3.
$94.
Well, he's in a good spot here, Tony O'Shea. Only needs a straight ton to leave a finish. This is the leg he needs to break.
100.
No player has won with the throw tonight. That in itself is pretty bizarre. Surely the law of averages said that must change at some point.
100.
And he gets a ton to leave a finish.
$100. Tony required 170. $94.
Again, effective to the switch to the 18s.
$100. Tony requires 76.
Big advantage O'Shea here to get that breaker throw he's going to need. Gives him 2 darts at double 8, just slightly north of a target he's been so successful on with
60.
that double 16.
Moreno required 135.
O'Shea comes back.
55.
The force.
Tony requires 16.
The last leg shootout.
Game shot on
And
the
that
6th leg.
is exactly what
Tony
happens.
O'Shea.
Good fight from Silverback. The life in the old dog.
7th and final leg. It's Tony to
And
throw
Tony
first.
O'Shea has the dart.
Game on.
To win a match, it could be priceless. In terms of his chances of making it through, it would be a win that would see him join Moreno Michaels and Jim McEwen on 8 points.
100.
It would eliminate Scott Walters, but it would also keep Moreno Michaels waiting.
100.
Especially with Wayne Jones coming up in our next fixture against Scott Walters as well. Just tighten everything up.
O'Shea still has to play Jim McHugh, and that will be his only
81.
remaining match. Michaels has Wayne Jones still to play.
58.
Late night darting drama here at the MODUS Super Series.
43. 95.
You were thinking of retiring for the night. Don't. This is going to get interesting.
$99.
This leg's getting interesting now.
140.
For Tony, it might just be 6 darts here. Moreno Michaels. The 108.
42.
Add to his
Moreno
big
requiring
tally of
108.
tumblers checkouts. It'd be the most fitting way for him to qualify through for Saturday night.
76.
Couldn't
Tony
quite fit it
requiring
in, but Tony O'Shea is going to have to do
136.
something spectacular here. It's on. Another. Oh, Tony. So close, yet so
96.
far.
Moreno
His chances will be
32.
hanging by a thread.
Game,
But Moreno
shot,
Michaels
and the match.
has secured
Moreno
his
Michaels.
spot at finals night on Saturday at the Super Series. He sees off Silverback in a last leg decider in another dramatic darting duel tonight, and another game that's gone against a throw. That's all 6 of the matches now been won by the player who did not have the darts in the first leg. Moreno Michaels won't care about that. When he goes into his last match against Wayne Jones, he knows he is already through. He's safe. Wayne Jones now sitting in 3rd place, looking to capitalise on that defeat for Tony O'Shea when he takes on Scott Walters.
Well, there are still plenty of ifs, buts and maybes in Group B, but we can now confirm that Moreno Michels is through to finals night, and we know how he sparked into life the last time he made it there, don't we? Wayne Jones and Scott Walters up next. Both can still technically qualify, but the Wanderers' chances are certainly more realistic at this point. Walters will be out if he loses 3 legs in this one. But as for Wayne Jones, he'll move level on points with Jim McEwen and keep qualification in his own hands with a win here. And in doing so, end Walter's slim chances, leaving Silverback Tony O'Shea anxiously watching and needing things to all go his way in the final few matches. So for the next instalment of Late Night Darting Drama, let's get back to Murph and Matt.
Yeah, drama is the word, Abby, certainly, because as you've just
100.
highlighted, we could see the most dramatic ending to a group, the most enormous escape. If this man were to qualify, that would be one of the most ridiculous Super Series stories we've seen.
85.
Just looking at it as well. Of course, Tony O'Shea will want Scott Walters to win this, even though it keeps him in the picture, unless he, as Abby mentioned, only wins 4-3.
140.
But O'Shea could still go through without picking up another win. That could still happen as well, because Wayne Jones plays 2 matches. Tony O'Shea's leg difference is only worse by 1. If he loses those 2 matches, then his leg difference gets worse than Tony O'Shea if he can at least keep it tight against Jim McEwen. It's a remarkable end
180.
Could all be academic if Wayne Jones just goes and wins this game. And then O'Shea will know he needs to win and need favours. We'll know that Walters is out and he's made a good start.
100. Wayne, you
Fear the
require
Wanderer.
81.
So anything is possible, other than Moreno Michaels not qualifying, because he
49.
already has booked his place. He'll be joining Christian de Boer, Kevin Painter, Mark Dudbridge.
100% record in reaching finals nights. He's got 100% record in reaching
Wayne, you require
the final.
32.
Moreno Michaels beat Fallon Sherrock in week 3 of the previous series, then lost to Jim McEwen in the grand final.
Game shot on the first leg.
Wayne Jones takes the first
Jones.
leg against Scott Walters, who I think we, in agreement, Matt, would have no
Second leg,
idea
it's
that he
Scott
can
to
still
throw
get
first. Game on.
Oh, he thinks he's done, absolutely. His mind's already gone on to that journey up to the MK Arena this weekend, where he'll be taking part in the next 3 instalments of the Challenge Tour.
140.
That'll be 2 tomorrow, a morning and an afternoon shift, and then 1 more shift on Sunday.
100. $180.
Well, he's not going to lay down, even if he does think he's out. He'll keep fighting, keep trying to find form, and that's important for him with all the darts he's got to play
140.
around the corner.
Yeah, not just the Challenge Tour this weekend, but we'll be getting on a plane in a few days after
24.
that to head over and kickstart his WDF season over in Romania. Provisionally seeded for the Lakeside. Currently sat 15th in the order of merit for
81.
the
Scott, you
World
require
Championships.
157. $100.
57 left after 12 darts is a decent leg for anyone.
85. Scott, you require 57.
Well, that's not too decent. Losing 23.
Game shot on the second leg.
The
Scott
doubles
Walters.
have been a problem for Scott Walters, not just here in his Super Series campaign, but also
Third
up
leg,
at
it's Wayne to
Milton
throw
Keynes
first.
when he went up there to the Challenge Tour this morning. Not on that occasion was it not a problem. And this is what you were saying, Chris, where you say he's got to try and build some
100.
confidence. Just try and shake off those demons. And the only way to do that is to be up there playing through it.
137.
Well, this is a little spell that is probably up there with the best we've seen from Scott Walters all week. How long will it last?
100.
Will it last long enough to change his plans for Saturday?
$135. $140. $59. Wayne, you require 161. Game shot on the third
That is
leg.
absolutely
Wayne Jones.
beautiful from Wayne Jones.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Sensational
Game
darts,
on.
a dozen dart leg with a 161 checkout. Well, Scott Walters might be playing his best darts of the week, but when Wayne Jones can do things like that, there's not much he can do about it.
81. $140.
Described him as consistent on day one. Regularly around that sort of mid-80 average. Tonight we've got to describe him as brilliant.
40.
Averaged 95.61 in his opening game. Look at what he's doing in this. This is vintage Wayne Jones.
41.
His highest average on the telly, 105.29.
140. $100. $45. $41.
Slip. If he'd just stayed straight there, he would have left himself on a finish. Instead, a bit of encouragement for Scott Walters, who probably doesn't realise that he's got any
100.
encouragement in regards to his opportunity. I mean, it's a lottery win sort of
139. Scott, you require
opportunity
95.
for Scott Walters.
Well, it's one leg away from being over. So he has to take this out really to keep those faint hopes alive. Could go double-double. That was the intention, but Wayne Jones can put Walters away if he can hit
31.
tops.
Wayne, you require 40.
The way he's playing, you don't expect him to miss 3 darts at a double.
No score.
The situation can
Scott, you require
certainly
64.
change how things feel when you're getting closer to that finishing line. That would have been a breaker throw that would put him a leg away from the match, and he would have been thrown first for a sizable victory. But what a howling mistake there from Scott Walters. Gives Wayne Jones another opportunity.
32. Wayne, you require 40.
This time, the bigger the win, the better for Wayne Jones as well. He's going to improve his leg difference, make it harder for Tony O'Shea to catch him.
30.
But he hasn't got the win
Scott,
yet.
you
Look at the
require
frustration.
32.
Wayne Jones knows every leg matters now.
He's had 21 darts here to break the throw of Scott Walters.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He's not going to do so. So Scott Walters' chances of qualifying still stay alive as well.
Fifth leg, it's Wayne to throw first.
No more margin for error for Walters.
180.
Wayne Jones won't believe what's going on. Missing all those match darts. In a leg either side of a brilliant 161 checkout and a 180.
45. $135. 99. $130.
Well, this is how you respond. Set aside the disappointment. You can't change the past. He's on for an 11 darter here, Wayne Jones.
139. Wayne, you require 56.
Any hope that Scott Walters would have of pulling off that miracle comeback in this group.
22.
Still can't seem to do it. Well, all these misses would make the possible story even more incredible. But Wayne Jones has left himself on an awkward double. He'll decide whether to go straight for it or
100.
whether to split.
Wayne, you require
The least
34.
Hit. At least attempted double.
Game shot on the fifth
But
leg.
Wayne Jones finds
Wayne
it.
Jones.
And it is the one that sends Scott Walters crashing through the tungsten trapdoor. He's out. Eliminated.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw
And
first.
Wayne Jones
Game on.
He's trying to bolster his bid to go through.
So we started this group with 5 players looking for 3 places. We now know the fate of
100.
2 of those. We now have 3 players looking for 2 places. We need to lose just 1 more. McEwen, Wayne Jones and Tony O'Shea.
85.
Out for those final 2 honours.
McEwen and O'Shea go head-to-head next.
41.
It could all be settled after that. Because of course O'Shea
100.
playing in his final game in that one. If he loses it and Wayne Jones wins this, then it will be Michaels, McEwen and Jones through to finals night.
60. $140. 140.
By my maths as well, Jim McEwen
60.
only needs
Scott,
2
you require
legs to qualify
160.
in that game because of the gap in leg difference between himself and O'Shea. More on that as the game gets underway.
60. Wayne, you require 116. Game
And Wayne
shot,
Jones gets the
and
job
the
done in
match,
style.
Wayne Jones.
116 checkout for Wayne Jones. Victory that puts him in with a very good chance of qualifying. And a defeat that sends Scott Walters out after a difficult week's work. But look at those numbers from Wayne Jones. The 100 average, the 161 checkout, the 6 140s and the 2 180s. A really, really eye-catching display from the Wanderer, who may be wandering through to finals night. Jim McEwen might be about to join him, and all will be settled if he can beat Tony O'Shea after this short break.
Right then, 3 matches remain here in Group B. Things are about to become significantly clearer. Next up, if Jim McEwen gets the better of Silverback, everything will be done. He, Wayne Jones and Michels will be the 3 to progress through to finals night. If he gets 2 legs, he will be through. If O'Shea wins, he's still going to have a nervy wait to see what happens in the last 2 games. So to see what happens in this one, to see how it unfolds, let's get back to our commentary team.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. It could all be settled.
First leg, it's Jim to throw
As
first.
described,
Game
Jim
on.
McEwen needing just 2 legs to qualify. He does get that, and Tony O'Shea goes on to win the match. There is still a possibility, a passage through for Tony, a victory for him. He'd need Wayne
81.
Jones to be beaten, and potentially beaten heavily by Moreno Michaels, depending on the scoreline in that fixture. But the first thing here is for Jim McEwen to get to 2. He'll be through if he does.
100.
And if he wins the match, O'Shea will be out. Wayne Jones will be through without needing anything from his last match.
$97. $65.
Let's not forget as well, Jim McEwen has the
60.
bonus of another match after this, so even defeat in it, they get the chance to put it right. But it could be looked at another way. It's more chance to lose that leg
60.
difference, isn't it?
We have seen that come into play recently, haven't we? At Q School, Darren Webster opted into play on the last day. Ended up losing leg difference. That ended up making him not qualify. And had he not
100.
played, he had a strong enough leg difference to qualify. The same happened the previous year with Conan Whitehead.
A little bit of a delay here. Rarely seen. Charlie Corsafin just had to get a frog out of his throat. When nature calls, it calls. Tony O'Shea, the gentleman that he is, offered him his water.
100.
Now we give him a pat on the back. Thanks, Charlie. It helped his preparation and he's rattled in a maximum.
$89. Tony required 96.
You know what? I think that's the first time I've ever seen a darts referee cough.
80. Jimmy requires 74.
Well, he can still do the 74.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim McEwen.
And McEwen gets the opening leg. Now, I think they're just going to check. Yeah, Charlie Corstafine's going to disappear and get a drink of water. Tony O'Shea and Jim McEwen at strange moment. Look, it's needed. The players are totally fine with it. It's not Charlie's fault. He has been reffing an awful lot of games this week. We'll just have a little look at the league table just to put you in the picture of where things are. Moreno Michaels already qualified with a game to spare. He's on 10 points. Jim McEwen, having won the first leg, that's showing a live table. So if he wins this match, he'll be through. In fact, if he wins one more leg, he'll be through. Wayne Jones sitting pretty in 3rd place. The top 3 go through from this group. Tony O'Shea still has the chance to qualify. Scott Walters is out. Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge through from Group C. And earlier on in the week, Christian de Boer won Group A. And Charlie Corstafine just clearing his throat. I think we're pretty much getting ready to go again. Listen to this first call. It's going to sound like
Second
Russ
leg,
Bray.
it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
This is where he's probably thinking, don't hit a 180, Tony.
Tony obliges.
45.
It's like when you're driving your car and you start sneezing, isn't it? You just try and hold it back even more.
81.
The worst thing is now all you're thinking is don't cough, don't cough, don't cough.
87.
And what do you do?
You sort of feel like that's kind of been the vibe of tonight as well. People going up thinking, don't lose,
85.
rather than trying to win.
He's a very professional referee. Charlie Corsafin,
59.
of course, has been on the big stages with the PDC of late. Officiating on some of the biggest tournaments, including his first big major final at the back end of last year.
100. $100.
Yeah, 104 matches he will officiate this week. Who will be in the 104th?
140.
Would it be Jim McEwen?
$138. Jimmy requiring 95. $55. Tony requires 72.
Well, 72 for Tony O'Shea. Remember, McEwen is a leg away from qualification. He's 40 points away from qualification.
Game shot on the second leg.
He's 501
Tony
points away
O'Shea.
from qualification because Tony O'Shea has levelled.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $100. $100.
Reminder that this is Jim McEwen's second attempt at getting through to
42.
Champions Week. It'll be his last chance to get through to try and defend his Super Series title, to join the 2-win club.
85.
Very exclusive club with only one member at the moment. Is Luke Littler, the man who's just won the Bahrain Masters today with a 9-darter and beating Michael Van Gerwen in the final.
140.
And Whitehead and ambitions of joining the 2-win club here at the Super Series.
180.
But he's had his go.
Yeah, the other champion, Raymond Smith of Australia, unfortunately been unable to come back yet. But I'm sure we will see him again in due course.
59. Tony require 136.
Bit more difficult, isn't it, than popping over from Winchester like Scott Walters. Brilliant from O'Shea.
128.
I'll shake of the head because
Jimmy
McEwen
require
knows.
160.
Assume he knows that he only needs one more leg, and every leg that he doesn't do it just becomes a little bit more doubtful.
83. Tony require 8. No score. Jim, you require 77.
Well, this could be the moment for Jim McEwen.
$57. Tony, you require 8.
Frustration. McEwen, who offers Tony O'Shea an invitation into this fixture.
Game shot on the third leg.
There's the breaker
Tony
throw.
O'Shea.
McEwen just wants this done. He's constantly getting dragged into
Fourth leg, it's
drama.
Tony to throw first. Game on. $100. $93. $100. $83. $95.
This is Tony O'Shea's last fixture of the evening and of his group. Anything Tony O'Shea can do really is just win and then hope the other results go his way.
55.
Ian Jones and Jim McEwen still got a game to go. It's Moreno, Michaels and Scott Walters respectively.
$140.
Just looking at some outcomes. Just slight
122.
clarification. Jim McEwen
Tony
does need to
requires
win the match to be
66.
safe at the end of it. Apologies for a slight miscommunication earlier. Tony O'Shea, of course,
Game
needs to win
shot
the
on
match
the
to have
fourth
any
leg.
chance. And
Tony O'Shea.
big defeat here for Jim McEwen could be very costly. He's got that bonus
Fifth leg,
chance
it's Jim
to
to throw first.
play Scott Walters, and he could be there on points. But if Tony O'Shea wins this match 4-1, Jim McEwen would actually fall out of the top 3 at that stage.
$140.
Remember the great match they had last night as well in the early stages. It went 4-3. O'Shea missed a dart to beat McEwen.
It's got to be said how well Tony O'Shea has played here in this Group B campaign. Whether he goes through or he
100.
doesn't, he'll take an awful lot of positivity from this campaign. He didn't know where his game was. He didn't know what to expect.
91.
Came here with the only bits of form he's had over the last couple of months, averaging mostly in the 70s.
$140.
Well, McEwen closing in on keeping the contest alive. And just a reminder, just clarifying, he does have to win to be safe after this match. However, every leg matters. It could come down to
59.
leg difference
Jim, you require 81.
between a couple of the players. The qualification at the end of the night. Yep. 11 darter. 12 darter. Doesn't want to come inside here. We've seen him mess around on these doubles earlier.
69.
Well, that's probably better than the outcome I suggested.
$81. Jim, you required 12.
Still has to attack it, though. He's overcooked it. And that's a reaction of a man who doesn't really want to go for double three.
Game
Don't
shot
know
on the
why,
fifth leg.
because he's pinned it.
Jim McEwen.
And that could be an important leg for Jim McEwen.
Sixth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Beautiful dart there for Tony O'Shea, just on the top wire, exactly where he'd want it to have been. He starts to have a little bit of a kick up. That was just so inviting for Tony O. McEwen now in big trouble in this one. Tony O'Shea looking like he may get his part of the equation done and keep this story going on.
Yeah, nobody joining Moreno Michaels just yet if O'Shea wins this, and he might want to do it in the most incredible fashion.
100.
Managed to find 4 perfect darts in a leg. He really needs to win. If he loses it, of course, it goes to a last leg decider, but McEwen would have the darts in it.
100. $60.
McEwen can't leave the finish, so O'Shea's okay.
$96. Tony required 161. $100.
Looks like a man who knows that this is maybe not panning out the
78.
way he thought
Tony
it would
requires
tonight.
61.
When O'Shea's he's miscounted.
No score.
He's busted his score. What was he thinking?
Was he thinking 81 maybe?
He went for the treble. He probably started off at 61, and then when he missed a number, it might have reset his brain a little bit.
99.
Did he think he'd hit the singles
Tony
10? Was
requires
it
61.
a sighting issue?
I think it was 81. I think that's what he thought he had there. Would have thought he'd had the 51 after the treble 10.
Well, it ends up on double 16 anyway,
43.
but hasn't gone in. This could be a real twist.
Jimmy requires 70.
McEwen for tops. Oh,
Game
that is
shot on the
cruel for
sixth leg.
Tony
Jim
O'Shea.
McEwen.
Whether it was a miscount or a bad bit of sight from Tony
Seventh and final
O'Shea,
leg. It's Jim to
whatever
throw
it was,
first. Game on.
he went for the wrong double. He busted his score. And he did get a chance to rectify it. But Jim McEwen now is throwing to not only put himself through,
140.
but to eliminate Tony O'Shea and put Wayne Jones through as well.
For stories, this is just the night that keeps giving,
60.
isn't it? That really could be the beginning of the end here for Tony O'Shea.
$45.
And those ones must be tough to take, knowing you did something wrong.
This game, he hasn't really done too much wrong in.
60.
3 180s, 9 scores of a ton or more, 2 140s.
$134.
McEwen looking like he might dodge an almighty scare. O'Shea yet to find a treble.
40.
his good Group B campaign he's put forward could be coming to an end. Sure, Wayne Jones would be delighted the way tonight's gone, not to have to go through the drama of having to win.
Absolutely. Makes the last couple of games just a jostle for position.
100.
To be fair, Jones may well win. He's probably been the
42.
performer of the night so far. Tony O'Shea, well, he had his chance. He missed his chance. He bust his chance. And now Jim McEwen has his.
Game,
And Jim
shot,
McEwen
and
takes
the match. Jim McEwen.
The title defence is on. Jim McEwen, the Series 5 champion at the Super Series, he's through to finals night. Wayne Jones goes through as well, but Tony O'Shea crashes out in the cruelest of fashions. Had the opportunity to get the match won. It was a glittering performance up until that bust score when he went for the wrong double, and Jim McEwen snatched the last couple of legs to pick up the points that sees him go through to finals night. Wayne Jones with him. Tony O'Shea is out. Moreno Michaels also through, and he takes on Wayne Jones in a couple of minutes' time.
Well, what a night of ridiculous darting drama here at the Super Series. But finally, our lineup for finals night is complete. Joining Christian de Boer, Kevin Painter and Mark Dudbridge from Group B are Moreno Michels, our Series 5 champion Jim McEwen and Wayne Jones. The Wanderer is up next. He's been the standout performer tonight and he's got the rewards that his performances have deserved. So a drama-free final game of the evening for him against a player he may well end up facing at some point tomorrow. So let's get this one underway and return to the Chaps in Comms.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And I totally agree. Wayne Jones has been the prized performer on Friday night in the Super Series. Nothing special yesterday, but he's come alive in this session, Wayne Jones, and no sign of slowing down.
180.
It's been a real standout performer
58.
tonight, Wayne Jones, and standout in terms of his overall consistency as well across yesterday. The lowest average he's had is in the mid-80s. And when you look at everyone else who we've seen so far has had these sort of
137.
wavering performances, Wayne Jones could be a value play tomorrow night.
Yeah, 3 figures in his last game as well, the 100 average against
100.
Scott Walters. Jones putting himself in the mix. Just now to be decided which order the
134.
players finish in this group. The players who finish third and first will
140.
meet
Wayne,
each
you
other in the
require
group
50.
stages on Saturday. Well, 10 data if he wants it. Hey, he went for it. Wow. Wayne Jones
Game shot on the
finds
first
something
leg.
rather
Wayne
flamboyant there.
Jones.
That's a guy who knows the job's done, knows he's through to
Second leg, it's Wayne to throw first.
Saturday
Game on.
night, and that would have been the target and the goal. Just to make sure that it's a well worth trip here at the Super Series. He's want to cash
60.
in and win the ultimate prize, win the weekly jackpot of £5,000. He's sacrificed the opportunity to be at the Challenge Tour this weekend and the World Seniors
100.
in order to try and book his place in Champions Week.
Do you know what we've just seen from Wayne Jones? That's almost become par for the course if you're on 50 after 9, hasn't it?
140.
Say someone's on 50 after 12 or 15 darts and their opponent is or isn't on a finish. Very rarely would they go for it. But if you're on it after 9, I think we see players go for it
140.
more often than not now.
$83. 100.
The quicker pace seems to be suiting Moreno here as well, who's finding his best performance of the night.
45. Moreno, you require 161.
If he wins this match,
83.
Moreno, it's very likely it will be him in first and Wayne Jones in third. It'd definitely be Wayne Jones in third. Tim McEwen's had such dramatic
45.
nights because he
Moreno
closed it without
requires
drama. All 3 of
78.
his matches going all 7 legs, Jim McEwen. Double 12 here for a response, double 6.
66. Wayne, you require 128. 36. Moreno, you require 12. 6. Wayne, you require
And his
92.
problem throughout the evening, Moreno Michaels.
$76.
Doesn't pay the price for it in
Moreno
terms of the
requires
group and doesn't
6.
pay the price for it in terms of the leg.
Right for it. Tricky. Trickier.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
puts
second
it straight
leg.
between the posts.
Moreno Michaels.
What a dart that was. 1-1.
Did that earlier as well when we thought he blocked tops and he somehow found a way
Third
in.
leg, it's Moreno to throw
Give him
first.
a nice big
Game
open
on.
bed. Can't do it.
I was about to call him lazy for not moving then.
96.
Let's give him a little slither of the double and he somehow finds a way in.
Yeah, really, really good dart. Really, really good darts player. It has to be said. You can't argue with his record here.
100. 96. 180.
7th maximum of the campaign there for Wayne Jones.
139.
Biggest 180 hitter in this group, though, Tony O'Shea. He's at 9. Across his 8 fixtures, he'll be delighted with that, and will take a lot of positivities going into the seniors in a couple of weeks' time.
140.
Moreno's already had this
Moreno
finish this
required
week. He's
170.
had every finish this week.
134.
Good leave.
Wayne, you require 81.
Jones ready to pounce. That made it tricky, the first
41.
start being wayward.
Moreno required 36. Game shot on the third leg.
The way Wayne
Moreno
Jones started this
Michaels.
game, hit the dart, the bullseye for a 10 dart he would not have expected.
Fourth
The
leg,
next
it's
two
Wayne
legs to
to
have gone
throw
against him.
first.
Moreno digging deep. By far the best performance we've seen from him so far tonight. In fact, his last 5 matches,
60.
he's failed to get out of the 70s.
44. 100.
Last match is Jim McEwen against Scott Walters. Reigning champ Chucky through to finals night again.
100.
Christian de Boer, Kevin Painter and Mark Dubbridge through, along with the 2 players on your screen right now.
59. 125. 95. 140. 57. Moreno required 92.
72 remaining. 24 remaining.
Game shot on the
Nothing
fourth
remaining.
leg.
But
Moreno
one more leg
Michaels.
to win the match.
5th leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
And a 4-1 victory would be
60.
Moreno Michaels win the group. The gap would be too big in terms of the leg difference for Jim McEwen to bridge, so he would know the order
60.
of placements in this group. He wins this leg. It's Moreno first, Jim second, Wayne third,
100.
Tony O'Shea in fourth, and Scott Walters with just that 1 win, which he'll be hoping to change in the next game, in 5th and final place.
140.
'Ironically, statistically, the worst performer of the
96.
chasing pack, and by some distance according to the numbers. The only numbers that really matter are the legs won and the points.
120.
Well, that actually helps a lot, because Wayne Jones was looking like being on a very nice finish there. At least a finish.
87. 100. Moreno required 158. 58. Wayne, you require 81.
But one of these finishes goes for me. The way both players have played. Jones tonight, Mikel's all week.
48.
But
Moreno
to win the
require
group with 100, it would be
100.
fitting, wouldn't it?
$60.
He's actually hit one tonight.
Wayne, you require 33.
Hit 3 last night. 11 in his Group A campaign.
$29. Moreno, you require 40.
So, to top the Group B table
Game,
on
shots,
tops, and
and the
Moreno
match,
Michels
Moreno
is
Michels.
the winner of the group. A 4-1 success. Wayne Jones is going through with him. That last defeat leaves a bitter taste in the mouth for Wayne Jones. But it is Moreno Michels who picks up the points, gets the 4-1 win, tops the table, and goes through alongside Wayne Jones and Jim McEwen, who plays his last match and our last match against Scott Walters next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm now joined by the man who has finished top of the Group B table. Moreno Michels, you always seem to do it. You find a way to make it through to finals night. You saved your best till last tonight as well.
Yeah, it was the best for last. I'm struggling all week. That's what I'm telling you just at the moment. But yeah, it's struggling all week. I hope it's going better, really better tomorrow. It has to go better tomorrow.
You say you struggled, not so much with the big finishes though. 14 ton plus checkouts over the course of the week. You must be pleased with that aspect of your game.
I was pleased with that, but yeah, the scoring, it's too much up and down. And yeah, sometimes if you got 3 darts on the double, I can hit it. And then a big finish, I finish it.
And what was it like being in a group with Jim McEwen again? Of course, you two played in the final of Series 5. What was it like sharing the room and sharing the stage with him again?
I don't share a room with him, but
Oh, I'm in the practice room.
yeah, the practice room. No, it's nice. He's a nice guy. He's a really nice guy, and also with Tony O'Shea, I know him for a long time, and also Wayne Jones. Yeah, they're really great guys.
And we saw it from you the last time you were here at the Super Series. Maybe not consistent throughout the week, but you managed to pull all elements of your game together on finals night. Expecting the same tomorrow?
Now, I hope to do better tomorrow. I have to do better tomorrow, yeah. Because, yeah, finishing today, well, not well, but scoring was well better than the last week. But I have to do a lot better tomorrow.
We look forward to seeing the best from you tomorrow in finals night. This man has already booked his spot in finals night, as has Jim McEwen, of course. He is going to be there as well. Make sure you join us from that tomorrow evening. But we do still have one more match to bring you tonight, so let's get into that now and rejoin our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. And it is a match featuring Jim McEwen, who definitely is not sharing a room with Moreno Michaels. We'll just clear that up right now. Is there room for another win for Scott Walters? Only one in this group. It hasn't been his week, has it? Let's be fair. But maybe some souvenir to take away would be a victory against the defending champion, whose title defence will go on tomorrow at finals night.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
He's just started dancing again. It seems to just be at like random moments.
Was it against Jim McEwen yesterday, or was it a little later in the evening?
I think it was game 2 or 3 yesterday. It wasn't the opening
100.
game.
Well, he'll be dancing back up the motorway to Milton Keynes in a few hours' time to pursue Challenge Tour success, while Jim McEwen will be continuing his title defence here, trying to make it through to Champions Week again on a night of senior stars at the Super Series. McEwen, Jones, Painter and Dudbridge all over the bullseye in years.
60.
Then a duo of Dutchmen in Moreno Michaels and Christian de Boer.
$135. 140. 125.
Make sure you're watching, by the way. 7:30 the action gets underway on finals night live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube
100.
channel.
Jim, you require 148.
Subscribe to that channel, hit that notification bell, make sure you see the group stage action, then semis and final. Viewers on Sporty Stuff TV can join us from 10 p.m.
128. Scott, you require 101.
Double 19 not found, so McEwen will return for double 10. It's been
53.
an anxious
Jim, you
night for
require
Jim
20.
McEwen. Plenty of drama, plenty of tension, plenty of legs. In fact, every possible leg played by Jim McEwen this evening. Be nice just to get up there with a bit of freedom.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim McEwen. Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
But he's giving us a bit of the people's eyebrow there.
Dancing from Scott Walters. Expressive eyebrows from Jim McEwen. The late night madness at the Super Series. Apart from the funny side of that interview, I thought Moreno Michaels did actually hit on something
97.
when he said he knows he will need to play better tomorrow night than tonight. I think it's just all the missed doubles that he knows he can't afford, particularly when it pretty much becomes a knockout format.
100.
That's what you remember as well, the doubles, because they're ultimately what win you or lose you a leg, so tend to stand out a lot more.
100.
Certainly was the story when I spoke to Scott Walters earlier when he was summarising his week.
What about Jim McEwen then? Because
42.
of course he came before as champion and that seemed to weigh heavy on the shoulders of the Scotsman. We've maybe seen it a little bit again tonight. He's got the job done, but it hasn't been without angst.
100.
What does he need to do to get back to Champions Week?
There's been a lot of head shaking, really, from McEwen. He has that high expectation of himself, clearly. And we speak about it with the younger players, and we say sometimes they
99.
seek perfection. And maybe as Jim McEwen is the defending champion, maybe he's just slipping into that mode where he himself is looking for perfection.
180.
Perfection
Jimmy
provided
required
by
160.
Scott Walters. The 180 to leave himself on a double, and he will get a go at it. He'll get 3 darts at it.
140. Scott, you required 24.
The pressure from McEwen means he may have to hit it as well. Double 6
Game shot in the
Found
second leg.
by
Scott Walters. Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
All of a sudden, Scott Walters has sprung into life here. Last 2 scoring visits have been the 180. To make it a hat-trick,
97.
he'll be on the 9.
What about a late night 9 darter?
140.
Scott, I thought you were going to get the lot. Be some bizarre way to end his story at the Super Series, wouldn't it, this week?
I think it'd be the most fitting way to end it, really.
46.
Just summarise the randomness of the performance.
We'll have a look at our Modus Super Series X page as well at
81.
MSS Darts. You may have heard that Luke Littler hit a 9 today, the youngest player ever to do so on TV. Martin Adams is on there, our pinned tweet. The oldest man to hit a 9.
57. Scott,
Check
you
that
require 100.
And let's see if Scott Walters can check this out.
$80.
It'll just annoy him even more, the fact he's playing so well now. Average of 105 despite the missed doubles.
Doesn't make sense sometimes.
90. Scott, you require 20.
Giving himself the luxury of
12.
burning a dart to leave a more favoured double.
$76. Scott, you require 8.
You're going to say it or shall I?
I know you're dying to.
Game shot on the third leg.
We have to say when
Scott
that happens,
Walters.
Robin Hood.
Fourth
And
leg,
he's
it's Jim to throw
Points
first.
rich
Game
this
on.
week. He's just given to the poor.
I suppose that's one we didn't speak about the other day when we was coming up with darting terminology.
Yeah, it's
45.
said every time, isn't it? Every time a dart goes in the back of a flight already in the board, the commentator or you sat at home watching shouts, Robin Hood.
43.
It's got the same level of guarantee as the wee when someone smashes a glass in the bar.
Another one is when a player's changing something on their darts. It's always running repairs.
60. 60. $96. $100. $100.
Nice ton from Jim McEwen. He can still finish on 12 points, tied at the top with Moreno Michaels, but he can't finish top. The leg difference
60.
is too strong in the Dutchman's favour.
$135. $98. Jimmy requires 65.
For a level game.
Too good, that's another one.
No score.
Too bad.
Scott, you require
From bed.
140.
Well, get another go. Jim McEwen is very much a tops man. I would expect him to employ the same route.
100. Jimmy requires 65.
This time it lands where he wants it to land. And that's an inviting guide for double top. He
45.
failed to use it, and Walters
Scott, you
could get clear
require
here.
40.
Break opportunity.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He will be
Scott
departing
Walters.
us at the end of this game. He won't be here tomorrow night, but he will be going up the motorway to take part in the Challenge Tour.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw
This
first.
could be a
Game
positive performance to leave the venue with. A victory over the Super Series defending champion. Average over 90 at the moment for Scott Walters.
on. 96.
Did finish on the same amount of points as Moreno Michaels in Group A earlier this week. Interesting. Michaels could effectively win
60.
the week and lose up to 10 matches in the process. Or 7 in Group A, 2 in this group, and he
58.
can afford to lose one tomorrow, potentially. One of the big differences of this particular tournament, this format, why viewers find it so engaging
60.
and players find it so interesting, and why it's so good for a lot of players as well, because you do get the chance to grow into a week. We have seen players do just that. We've seen players
100.
blitz Group A and then not turn up at finals night at all. We've seen others where they've just stayed at an incredibly high level all week. Loads of different stories at the Super Series.
140.
Jim McEwen, he's going to be hoping his story has that fairy tale ending.
140.
Following in the footsteps of Luke Littler with back-to-back titles. He's got a chance. He has done the first, but he is through to Saturday night.
25. Scott, you
Bit of
require
anger.
107.
From the Ayrshire race. Uncharacteristic, that is. And Scott Walters can sign off with a win.
75.
McEwen was half expecting it to go. He'll regain his composure what could be his last 3 darts of the group, but they won't be his last 3 of the week because McEwen is going to get the chance to defend his title.
100.
Going to go to
Scott, you
finals
reply
night tomorrow,
32.
trying to make it back to Champions Week.
Game, shot, and the match.
But it will be
Scott Walters.
off the back of a defeat. Scott Walters, with just his 2nd win in Group B, gets the better of Jim McEwen. A 4-1 success. There are the numbers, 88.81 the average. A couple of maximums in there for Scott Walters as well. But Jim McEwen goes down 4-1. His title defence, though, remains intact. He's going to be in action on Saturday. McEwen finishing 2nd in Group B behind Moreno Michaels, of course, a man that he beat in that Champions Week final, and Wayne Jones, the other player that is through from that group. So McEwen signs off the group with a defeat, but he will be back in action at finals night.
Yeah, defeat for Jim McEwen in that one, but irrelevant in the end. What have you made of his campaign overall?
Disappointing, but good. He's not going to be happy with the performance, but it's not always about performance, it's about results. It's a results business. We don't give you any extra for having a good average. And that's what he's got to remember as well. Last time he came here, he didn't even get the opportunity to play on Saturday night. So a big performance from Jim, and he's been more than happy to have that chance. When he reflects back after he sort of gets over the disappointment that he hasn't played how he wanted to.
Yeah, and when it comes to Jim McEwen, is it important that he doesn't actually reflect too much on tonight? Because yesterday he played so well, played with so much freedom, and maybe he could overanalyze what happened tonight ahead of finals night.
Absolutely. People fall in that trap all the time, and it's easy to do because we do want to play our best. We do feel like maybe we feel a bit vulnerable when we're not playing our best, but we're still getting those results. Think, I'm going to get caught out if I don't pick this up. But people feel that about Jim McEwen. They'll be scared to play him. They know what he's capable of, and he's got to remember that on the flip side rather than looking around the room.
Confirmation then of all 10 results tonight. It really has been a drama-filled evening of action. So many twists and turns in terms of the league standings. For Tony O'Shea, he has played so impressively, and it was just that one error in his last match that really cost him.
It knocked him out of a possibility, didn't it? But I think he's going to be very happy with how he played. He was unsure himself in regards to what he would have expected from this, but the miscount, as that is his own mistake, that is where you sort of feel disappointed, because it wasn't that your opponent did something brilliant to knock you out. It was a mistake.
And so devastating for him that is the final memory that he'll have from what was, up to that point, such a positive campaign. Wayne Jones, though, has managed to make it through to finals night. He was the standout performer tonight, wasn't he?
Oh, he's brilliant. Consistency was what we said about the start of the night, and that's how I've described him, and I would describe him over his entire career. I'd say, what a consistent player. Always in quarterfinals, last 16s of most of the PDC events in his prime. However, tonight, took it up another level, and he'll be happy with that. I was having a good chat with him earlier on. He knows he's made a lot of sacrifices to be here this week, so he wants to cash in. He wants to make the most of it, and he's got a right good chance tomorrow.
As for Moreno Michels, had a little chat with him once he'd finished his campaign, said he's going to need to be better tomorrow. I think we all know that that's the case. Consistency is going to be the key, because his final match was really impressive, but he needs to perform at that level over the course of tomorrow night.
And that's what he's been lacking, isn't he? He hasn't had that consistency across his whole campaign from Monday morning to now. But essentially, he's done the job. It doesn't matter about what's happened in the week now. It's knockout darts tomorrow night, and it's going to be quite crucial that he does hit the ground running, because if he doesn't, that negativity of what's happened in the week will creep back in.
Yeah, one area that he's been pretty consistent is those 3-figure outshots. He's taken out 14 over the course of the week. Confirmation of the league standings, then the final Group B table. And it is Moreno Michels who finished top on 12 points, Jim McEwen second on 10, and then Wayne Jones on 8. And now we'll move on to our group breakdown for tomorrow evening, and we can see how the players are split. Of course, Christian de Boer was the first player through to finals night. He came through Group A. Moreno Michels winning Group B, McEwen in second and Wayne Jones in third. And then Group C, of course, which reached its conclusion this afternoon. Kevin Painter, the winner, Mark Dudbridge in second. Would it be fair to say that Dudbridge is probably fancying his chances of coming through that field?
I don't think any of those players are going to look at that field and think, I can't win this. I think everyone's going to feel they've got a good opportunity here. And with that in mind, I'd hate to be pricing that up because that is absolutely brutal. Everyone's going to feel they've got an opportunity. Wayne Jones is going to feel like he's got a chance. Jim McEwen knows he can do it. Kevin Painter, the fight that we saw from him, he'll be well up for the battle tomorrow and will probably be quite offended at the fact we've not been tipping him up. And with that, we'll feel he's got something to prove. And when he feels he's got something to prove, we normally see the best.
Yeah, it's an exciting night in Prospect. Make sure you join us from 7:30 p.m. for finals night. Our reigning Series 5 champion is going to be in the field, as is the player he beat in the final.